And we're going to have people who have the money, but they don't have the time. 50% of people who have the time, they don't have the money. And 50% of the people who have the money, but they don't have the time. And what he said is that, okay, there's a need for me to upgrade ourselves. There's a need for me to, improve ourselves on quite a number of things so that we can, not be caught by the disruption that is coming. And the disruption is already here. It's not threatening your job, but what the disruption is saying is that we want you to do better in your workplace and all that. Okay, so we're going to be looking at understanding the past, the present, and the future of work. How did we evolve from one age to the other, then laying a foundation for this. And after that, we're going to go into other sessions and all that. So I'm going to have 2 sessions, and after that, we're going to go into some other sessions and all that. So please, can I have the slide move on? So our learning objective today is that at the end of this session, all right, participants will be able to describe the key characteristics of work in the past, present, and the future, then understanding the driving forces of change in the world of work, okay? Then identify trends that are shaping the future workforce, then recognize the implications for employees, for employers, and learning systems. Then we're going to, at the end of this class, explore how to prepare for the evolving demand of the workplace, evolving demand of the workplace. Okay, now, how many of you remember the industrial age? How many of you remember the industrial age? So what was the characteristic of the industrial age? What was the characteristic of the industrial age? Okay. Manpower. Any other person? Characteristic of the industrial age? He said manpower. Who can say something a little bit about the industrial age? Anybody? We want to make this as interactive as possible, all right?
Introduction of steam machine.
Okay. Steam powered machine. Okay. Who else again? Who else again want to say something about the industrial age? The industrial age. Now, when you talk about the industrial age, the revolution began between 18th century to 19th century, and that's where you see manual labor. Okay, manual labor. Now, somebody rightly said that someone who walked along the road, digging trenches, digging hole either for fiber optic cable and all that, if he works from morning till evening, it's equivalent to someone standing in front of you and speaking for 1 hour. The amount of strength they are going to exude is directly proportional to the person who's speaking for 1 hour. Why? Because the person speaking for 1 hour is using all of his being. He's using his mental faculty, he's using his hand, he's using his gestures, he's using everything. So now, the world has shifted from industrial, from manpower, from manual labor into something much more smarter and something much more, better. So now, 8 to 5 or 9 to 5 started from the industrial age. That was when it was really well structured. And industrial age talked about manpower, when you have to get things done by your strength and all that. But the way things work right now has gone beyond manpower. It is now smart work, smarter work, all right? It's now smart work. It's not how many efforts you can exercise, but how effective and how efficient are you in what you're doing. Then the industrial age introduced limited worker autonomy. It introduced heavy machinery use, factory systems, and all that. How many of you have watched this movie, Men Who Built America? Men Who Built America. Have you seen that documentary before? Okay, this is an assignment, all right? Go check the men who built America, how there was this industrialization revolution and all that in the United States. What you're seeing right now in the United States started from that, industrialization and all that. So now the past of work is from industrial to information age. So we have the industrial age. From the industrial age, we move into information age. All right. You can see the transition there. That's when you see factories being built. That's when you see a whole lot of people, working with their strength, with everything, with no smartness and all that. I know that China has the biggest or the highest form of labor. True or false? Most of these devices you see, you understand, they are just being assembled, maybe in Silicon Valley and all that, but the production, the manufacturing of all of those things are done in China because they have cheap labor and all that, okay? So we move from industrial age to information age. Not just information age, we move to other phases, which I'm going to, let you know at some point. Then we shift from agricultural to industrial economy, you understand? That's the emergence of labor unions to advocate for workers' rights, an emphasis on job security, loyalty, and routine. Okay, now, everybody here, working for an organization, which some of the employers said, okay, they're going to be around, and some will share the link with them so that they can do a follow-up and all that, or what things are. Now, we have you at hand. You're not going to be an employee for life. You're not going to be an employee for that. Let me tell you something. Quite a number of you are cheating your employer in the sense that they are paying you to learn on the job. Because you are in that organization for 2 years, for 3 years, and all that. What you know right now for the last 2 years or 3 years and all that, when you came into the organization, you don't know that. Okay? You can draft letter better. You can respond to email better. Interpersonal skills is being improved and all that. So you are even cheating your employer. Your employer is doing too well, paying you salary and paying for teaching you. Can you clap for the employers, please? Because I remember when I entered into the outsourcing business about 2017, how many years ago? 2017 to now. That's about 7, 8 years, right? 8 years, all right? The first Excel that I populated for salary for outsourced drivers, all because of a single comma in the Excel sheet and all that, all of the account details came. Almost about 10 million was about to go down the drain by just a click of the button. My first month in a new pay employment. And thankfully, all the accounts were wrong except for 2 that were correct. So imagine if all the 10 million enter into all of those accounts and all that, I'll be indebted with about 10 million. First month at work. So what did I do after that? I had to sit down with Excel. So I'm Excel now. Excel and I now, we are like 5 and 6 in the sense that all of my daily tasks, nothing I even do today that I don't use Excel to do. Why? That organization taught me how to use Excel better. They were paying me salary and I was learning on the job. And that's why I say that the work that the employer, chunk out and all that on you is not because they don't like you. It's because they want the work done. Not just want the work done and for you to be a better person. Because one day you're going to be an employer of labor. One day you're going to be an employer of labor. All right. So if you are in that organization for 2, 3 years, it's a learning curve for you in the sense that you're in training, you're on a learning curve. All right. Late night calls, late night work overtime, and all that is building you up, building a capacity, more like for you to have your own at the end of the day. So anything you're doing in that organization, you're not just doing it for the organization, you're doing it for yourself because one day you are adding value to yourself because the money will come and go, but the knowledge and the experience you go through in that organization stays with you. Nobody can take it away from you. They can take the money, but they can't take the experience. And that's why you need to put the whole of your heart, loyalty, and every other thing into the organization you are right now. Because one day you yourself will be an employer or you transition into something else. Right. Now, in the present world, we have the digital and knowledge economy in the sense that this is where we are right now, and we're in more like a different phase in workspace right now, in the sense that globalization and technology has major disruptors. And the rise of remote work, gig economy, hybrid teams, and all that has disrupted quite a number of things. I don't know if you work hybrid here. You work hybrid. You work hybrid here. You work hybrid. Any other person work hybrid? All right. So now the digital economy of the digital age has given us flexibility in terms of work, flexibility in terms of how we work, the culture, the mode of work, and all that. Then emphasis on soft skill. It's not just about your CV anymore. It's about your competency. It's not just about what you graduated from work. It's about, can you get the job done? Oftentimes I'm on interview panels and all that. So the recent one I did was for a community manager that's needed for an organization. They didn't ask, what was your class or degree? All they asked was, can you use Canva? How proficient are you on Microsoft skills? How proficient are you on Google Workspace and all that? Okay? The world is cheating from certificate now to competency. And it's high time for you to build your CV on competency-based CV other than degrees. I'm not saying the degrees are not right. Go ahead and acquire the degree, but while you're acquiring the degree, you need to get soft skills. You need to get soft skills. And all of these things, you will go through it in your organization. You need to think beyond. Okay, are we on? Are we on? Anybody want to share from their notes? The skill that was needed in the 90s. Let's start with that first. The skill needed in the 90s. Anybody want to share from their notes? Okay, all right. Can you use the mic for your time?
Language, strength. Strength 25, less strength.
Okay, so, okay. You have to do more like manual, more strength. Okay, so for in 2025, the work smarter. You don't need that much strength. Okay, good, good. All right.
I think in the 90s, what was basically required of you was your certifications, or rather your certifications. And now in 2025, regardless of your certifications, what they need to know now is your skills.
So skills, competency. Okay,
That's it.
all right. You the time. Yeah.
Okay, in the 90s, basically one of the skills you need is one of the analog skills. But coming these days, you need to have the digital skills.
The analog skill like.
Analog skills basically, can you type right? Can you do
How many of you have seen typewriter before? You've seen typewriter before. Okay, all right.
So, but these days, that's all way beyond that. Nowadays, they ask people, can you handle Microsoft? Can you do this? Can you Salesforce? Can you send emails? Can you do all of that? So you can see over time,
Yeah.
the skills have changed drastically.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
How many of you use Slate before you go? How many of you use Slate? How many of you use Slate? But do you know that if you check iPad now, it's more like an advanced version of Slate? You don't know. It's an advanced version of Slate. All right? Because Slate is much more like, analog. So somebody, looked into the future and developed something smarter, something better. All right.
In the 90s, you need to calculate fast.
You need to calculate fast with your brain.
No use of calculator or computers. But now I don't think I've seen anybody know how to calculate without using calculator.
Also, there are the pros and cons, all right? When you ask somebody 10 by 10 times 10, they usually put to their calculator even without using their brain and all that. But there are some certain things that cannot be taken away from you and all that, okay? And cannot be taken away from you so that you can expose yourself and have a mental stretch and all that, all right? The next person, please.
So the 90s, also adaptability, both in the 90s and now. Then adaptability to long hours of hard work, hard labor.
Yeah.
And then now we have adaptability to remote jobs. People can decide they don't want to work 9 to 5 full hours or full-time jobs. They prefer home, staying in their comfort zone and working and still earning the same money that work from home.
Any other person? All right.
In the 90s, people were more reliant on physical presence.
Yeah.
Unlike now, where you can get productive, deliver their jobs from anywhere around the world with ease of internet.
Sure. All right, next person.
Okay, I'm going to use my doctoral as an example.
Okay.
In the lab scientist, then you have to conduct your lab tests manually, and you report the results manually with a pen and a paper. But now we have software that you can actually transmit results to your patients even without them coming to their results. So your adaptability to the knowledge of computers now is more advantage, which is not what was used then.
So, okay. Right.
Okay, so in the 90s, you didn't need to know how to use social media. You could just send your write letters and then take it to the post office and then you can leave it there. But now you need to know how to use social media. You can just write the message and just start sending.
That you need to add and apply.
Okay, so I'll come from the legal aspects. So in the 90s, then you had to know how to draft everything from beginning to end with your head.
Yeah.
And those court processes are like a lot. So you have to memorize everything and you produce it every single time. But now there are techniques that you work with. So you just need to search the particular techniques you're looking for, whatever process, and just everything is automatic now. Then I think also for shorthand. Then
Oh, I'm going to do shorthand. It's my shorthand. You did shorthand? Wow. You must be up to 50. I know my mom did eat my shorthand and all that. Then there's something called 100 words per minute or whatever and all that. Then on accuracy, then I mean if you use Marvin's Bitcoin. Use Marvin's Bitcoin to increase your typing skill and all that. Oh, God. You guys are not Gen Z. You use Marvin's Bitcoin. I use Marvin's Bitcoin to check your typing skills and all that. Hey, what has evolved? All right, give it for that. Thank you.
So in the 90s, people were not big on leveraging on networking.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now, especially as regards to businesses and
working to cars, like 2 story for now. And that will take like 2 days, 3 days to finish one small bakery. But now we just see there's a caterpillar that is long, like a drone, just within 30 minutes to finish. Yeah. So that's the involvement.
You want to say something?
In the 90s, let me come in the aspect of communication. In the 90s, as a reporter, you go to the field, gather information, take it to the studio. The editor will sit down, edit it, remove some aspects, and add up some aspects. Then, before the news to take 2 or 3 days. Event that took place today can take 2 or 3 days before we can get to the audience. But in this era, an event of today can also get to the audience within some minutes. That is the level of technology.
Okay. Patient wants to say something.
So I would say from in marketing.
Okay.
So before you just have to use the television, newspaper for marketing and all of that. I know they still use it now, but it's not a scam anymore. And then customers hardly give feedback to the producers. But now on social media, you can just call them out. I mean, interact and all that. So,
All right. So can you guys name 2 jobs in the 90s that is no more? And something has replaced it or it has evolved? Or a brand you used to know that is no more?
Typewriter.
Typewriter, okay? But I like that if you go to some judicial office and all that, you have the typewriter and all that. Okay. Some people are really keen on the traditional way and all that. They've not evolved and also typewriter. What else again?
Digital recharge card printing.
It has disappeared. I'm not saying it has disappeared. That's what I'm explained by the POS. People can sell the card.
In fact, I still buy it. I still buy it. So there are times we want to recharge online and it's not working. Now when you walk to that store and say, please, can I buy it? Do you have recharge card? Do you have this network? And you will buy it.
Okay, I'll try it.
To make it very easier, the telecommunication company has even made the codes similar for all networks. So it's the same code to recharge.
So what else again? Poster. But of recent when you seal up a contract with an organization, a government organization, they requested we bring poster stamp with seal and all that. I think some still use that, but not like in full.
Oh, but when you rent he said
DVD is obsolete now.
Yeah.
It's obsolete. How many of you, is it VCD? Yes. How many of you in JPS? I know that. Okay. Wow. And do you know that with your tab, with your phone, all of those things are in your phone now? You don't need an alarm clock in your room that will wake up everybody by 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. Bang, bang, bang. And everything is on your phone, right? The calendar is on your phone, all right? Stopwatch is on your phone. Camera is on your phone. So there are a whole lot of work endangered, not really endangered, all right? But it has evolved to be something better and smarter. Not to waste most of our time. Next slide, please. So 70% of jobs are expected to evolve due to AI and information by the year 2035. So that's in the next 10 years. So your role right now in the next 10 years, what can you add to yourself so that you won't be replaced? We are not saying that you'll be out of the way, but if you stay with your current level of knowledge, of skill, there's a tendency by the year 2035, you will be replaced. You'll be replaced. So as a lab scientist, as a realtor, as admin, HR, as a marketer, and all that skills that you need to embrace so that by the year 2035, someone else or something, a device or a system or an app will not just replace your work. So what can you do better? As a lawyer, what can you do better? I told you AI interviewed me and all that, okay? So as HR professional, what are the things you need to add to yourself to be a better person? So what are the soft skills, digital fluency that you need to add to yourself so that you become future ready? You become future ready. If someone had told me that my mom, with all her Pitman certificate and all that, she'll be left redundant and all that, with all her confidential secretary to the dean of the faculty and all that, you know, all those secretaries pride themselves in those faculties. Before you see the deal, you have to go through them because they have the typewriter, they're going to do your manuscript and all that. But with all of that, do a self-analysis of yourself. And this is a call for continuous what? Learning and adaptability. They are negotiable. And that's why your employers train for you to be exposed even to network and all that on soft skills, interpersonal skills, and all, because all of these things are needed. Next slide, please. Then preparing for the future work, the tools that you need, tools to introduce digital learning platform. Consider either in LinkedIn learning. How many of you are on LinkedIn here? You're on LinkedIn. You're on LinkedIn. If you're not on LinkedIn, before this session finish, before you go home, open LinkedIn. I'll open internet for you. You know, even what we posted, we had like a company that reached out via LinkedIn. I said, okay, our staff is in Lagos. We want to join online via LinkedIn. All right? So LinkedIn for your professional work. Leave Facebook for your grandma and your grandpa. Leave them alone. Most of your things shouldn't go there. All right? Go to where the sharp professionals are on LinkedIn and all that. X has come to something else right now. I said, okay, go on X and all that. But LinkedIn is the professional network and all that. Okay, so you need to go on LinkedIn, update your profile, update your DP, even your picture, go to a headshot. Help you do a headshot because that's where organization, that's where recruiters, people go there to look for new hires and all that. Then constantly evaluate yourself, just like Anthony Robbins says. Skill assessment framework, you can use survey monkey, you can use Excel sheet to program a whole lot of things so that you can use it for yourself appraisal, and use AI assisted productivity tools like ChatGPT, Canva AI, and all that. So there are different tools you need to use so that by year 2035, you still be relevant and you stay relevant in your work and all that. Okay, so we're not going to take this group discussion, all right, because we want to talk about what skills do you need? What skills do you think will be most valuable in your industry in the year 2035? We're talking about the next 5 years, not even 10 years, all right? In your laboratory stuff, what skills do you think will be needed in that industry? In real estate, in FX and all that. So what skills do you think will be most valuable in your industry? How can your organization embrace flexible work models effectively? What you just might emerge that don't exist anymore, all right, anymore. Then future ready, do a future readiness audit, all right, check, do a self-analysis of yourself. What are the skills that you have right now, and what are the skills that you need to imbibe, you need to, get on, you need to improve yourself on. Particular self-analysis on areas such as adaptability, tech fluency, innovation mindset, collaboration, right? And after all of this, we're running a free for everyone who signed up for this. We're running a 14-day personal effectiveness challenge, which we're going to announce much more later. It's free for everyone who attends here, but for outsiders, they are going to pay. They're going to pay. So on how you can, do more like a self-audit, what you need to enhance, what you need to improve, what you need to improve on yourself and all that. All right, so thank you. I'm going to come your way again after a while. All right, let's put our hands together. Over to my able compare. All right, let's put that together for him, please.
Thank you so much. So please one more time, round of applause for the people on this side. Did you enjoy the session? If you good the session, I'm just going to randomly ask, I'm going to ask like 2 or 3 questions what did you out of the session. Can you please so let's start with Gloria. You don't remember your names, right? This is right, I should remember names. So Gloria, tell me what stood out for you when Dr. Clay was speaking.
We have the mic is here, so you can teach us now.
So what stood out for me was the shift from where we used to be and where we are now, and what we need to do to move this at the same pace at which the world is moving, and what we need to do, what we need, and the tools we need to get ourselves equipped in order to move.
Before you start. All right. Please a round of applause for Gloria. Let me ask Steven. I guess Steven will not be so that I'm always asking him all the time, but Steven, I don't have a chance to ask you. What did you get from this particular session?
It was a very, very interactive one. It was to understand how we can work effectively in the future. Work has been involved from the old age to the new age that we have. So most of the things that we need to know and most of the things we need to check for ourselves and learn for to be able to be valuable in the next 10, 20 years.
Wow, awesome. Please a round of applause for Steven. Yes, so I'd like to apologize. Earlier, all of you who are watching virtually, I didn't know that we were streaming live. So for those of you who are connected also about the world, say thank you for joining us for second edition of the Yer Workforce Training. Can we say hello to all of them? Just scream hello. All right. So we have new president join us, and we have a little ritual. But first, before I get to know the people that walked into the hall, when Mr. Philip was speaking, we had Mr. Winston Patton join us with you. So thank you very much, Mr. Winston. Thank you so much. Of course, I'd like to know the names of the people I had in the hall. I had a bet earlier with them that before the end of today, I will tell them their names as they leave. Yes, I didn't forget it. I still remember his name, Shamsuddin. Yeah, that's useful. I didn't forget. So people joined us. So yes, ma'am, can you tell us your name, please? Yes.
Okay. My name is Joyce Star.
Hey, you can start with you, so everyone is
Okay. My name is Kisita Esenago.
Kisita, you will be
Yes.
my sister. Yes. Okay, Kisita, I won't forget that name. How about you?
Happiness,
Happiness. You look so happy. See, hi, there's one white t-shirt. What's your name? Felicia Ayotele. And the lady on glasses?
Nike.
Sorry?
Nike.
Nike. I will not ask the guys that are behind. I won't ask the guys that are behind. I know they are working, so I won't ask them. So for those of you who are joining online, I'd like to know where you're joining us from. Just comment the location, the state of the country you're watching us from, and we're glad to connect with you as the event goes on. But quickly, ladies and gentlemen, when you're registering for the Yer Workforce Training, I'm pretty very sure that you saw the breakout sessions, yes? These will be office breakout sessions, and shows the so in no time, we will make into our breakout sessions for those who remain in this hall. For those of you who choose artificial intelligence, you're going to be going to training room 202. Right, but just before we leave, we heard from Mr. Philip, and that was a very inspiring session. It's almost a round of applause, Mr. Philip. Now we're shifting gears into
This person, Bamidele question says, in response to the question,
oh, great, awesome. What's the person name again?
Bamidele
So this business development manager. If I know, take for instance, what industry are you in, sir? Forex. Forex. Okay, so you are in Forex. And the way Forex was done before AI, now we're moving towards blockchain technology to leverage that for Forex, correct? Your customer already has a basic gap that you need to fill, which is understanding AI and understanding how to use AI for their Forex trading. As a business development manager, that is one gap that you can bridge now that will take people from your competitors to you. If your competitors are not doing the same, you understand? So we must always try to map the needs of our customers and then find a way to present our solutions to them or develop the solutions that will meet their future needs. And then how do we do this? One of the ways to know what your customer needs and will need is in a platform called X, formerly Twitter. If you go there, because it's an open source platform, people are always ranting, people are always complaining. You can choose to see it as vibes, or you can choose to use it to gather data. For every time something about your industry is tweeted, it's an opportunity for you to gather data as a business manager. Then you use that to develop use cases on which products can be designed. Once you present those products to people, because what we are always trying to do is not to develop our product and look for the markets. No, it's to find the starving markets and develop the products to meet them. It's easy. If you come on the afternoon after running through National Stadium, and I give you a cold bottle of water, will you buy or you won't buy? You will buy. Almost at any price I offer you, there's no alternative, right? Because we need it. So we must always identify what the customer will need and then design solutions to meet it. I hope that helps us. I wish you the very best. Thank you so much.
So, thank you so much, Mr. Vista. It's once for some time for Mr. Vista. So nice having you, Vista. All right, so please, I want to clap better. Oh, my mic. I wish my mic on me, sir. Thank you so much. I have to wait it again. Why? Just that. All right. So why are we not talking when Mr. Williams asked us to ask the questions that are bothering us? Why didn't you ask the questions that are bothering you? Are you shy? Is he not a people and a person? Are you all shy? Why shall I shy? Exactly. So why did you guys not ask the questions? Or you don't have questions for him? You have questions for him at all? Oh, you have a question? Why didn't you ask? Someone has been very serious. Okay. Let's go ahead, shoot.
Okay, so in a situation whereby, from what you asked that, in a situation whereby you've gotten the people's problem, like you're presenting what you think will solve the problem to your organization, and they're not ready to follow it, like they're not bringing their own, which you already know will not solve. What can you do? How can you balance the equation?
Okay, that's a human resource question. I'll attempt to answer it. First thing we must realize is that to develop any solution, there are a couple of things. There are capabilities, right? There are resources that have to be organized to produce it. From where you stand, you might think that this is a really great idea, but let's say the chief executive officer feels like we don't have the prerequisite resources to design that solution at this time, right? Your job is to present and keep presenting what you think the market needs. That's your job. The rest is left to the leader, right? And what I realize is that every idea that you come up with as an employee is like your own personal intellectual property. It's just that it's been contracted to the organization that you belong to. So if you say it's in company A and they don't pick it up, one day you pick company B. That might be in competition with company A. And then if you bring up the idea and they adopt it, it will fly. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Any other person? No other person. Thank you.
Please, one more time, round of applause for Mr. Wisdom. I don't like our energy, not because of Mr. Wisdom. Can we all stand? Can we all stand? So those of you who are at the residences, you can stand wherever you're watching this. Again, can we all stand? Very easy, can we all stand? So you know when we were in primary school, when we did general assembly, how you do the people exercise? My head, my shoulder, my knee, my toe. Can you do that? Okay, I think to do something. Are you ready? My head. Touch your head. My head, my shoulder, my knee, my toe. My head, my shoulder, my knee, my toes. My head, my shoulder, my knee, my toes. They all belong to Jesus. My head, my shoulder, my knee, my toes. My head. Thank you so much. I was thinking about obviously. Thank you, please be seated. Thank you so much. Please be seated, sir. So how was the reason for speaking? A very good friend of mine walked in. This guy is an amazing man, doing great things for young people across Nigeria, Mr. Joseph Edson. So good to have you here this afternoon. Please welcome us for the speak, please, sir. So before we move into our next session, I would like to invite Mr. Ayobami, who is an excellent technical advisor, to just speak to us briefly for some few minutes before our next stream. So please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Ayo. I've been tasked to raise the money from you. By the end of this day, now we share the money together.
I'm to talk on AI. But in the breakout sessions, we go into regards to AI. But I wanted to ask, how many of you use AI? What do you use? How do you use it? You know something like that. So you know something like that. Okay. Are you using it?
Just
You don't charge it. Maybe stop. What about it? ChatGPT. Gemini, anybody Gemini? Perplexity.
Grammarly.
Oh,
Use Grammarly.
Grammarly. Grammarly has. They are improved. They have added new features now in AI. Yeah, you use the perplexity.
Sure.
You use what? Gemini, okay. Gemini is good too. So, all these AIs are called LLMs, large language models. Of course, they are under the group of what you call generative AI or Gen AI. So you put something and generate it. In the breakout, I'll explain how AI works, and it's very fascinating how AI works because of the new trend of AI. AI is AI. In fact, there are lots of AI fields. There's AI engineer, AI developer. Amazon have their AI track and all that. But because the AI space is developing, it's also making other areas to develop. For example, data. Because the way AI works, it uses data. So for example, it uses the same method you learn, to work. So for example, if you want to teach a child, this is a cat. You will show that child, this is a cat. Then you show the child the picture, this is the dog. Now what the child does, or what happens in the person's brain is that his brain unconsciously creates patterns. And that's AI work, the way AI works. It creates patterns. So in your mind, you might not be able to, it happens in your subconscious is creating patterns. So anytime you see it, even if it's not very clear, you know that this looks like a cat. When you're trying to log in, and then if you say, click, you're trying to, after you want to do that robot that wants to do verification, you will tell you click to just the device. Someone and then it will work. So that's how it's tested to see if you're a human being. So that's how AI works. So AI works with data, lots of data are fed into the AI. ChatGPT has been trained with tons of data, and sometimes they are not very accurate because I don't know. The last time I checked was 2024, 2024. That was the recent update of data. So after a particular year, they train with a lot of data. So you also, when you're using, you have to be very careful so that they don't. That's what you call hallucinate. They can just generate something for you. You understand? So AI works with training the system with a lot of data. Then they are algorithms to it creates models and then it creates an output. So that's how AI works. And in using AI in your daily lives will make you faster and very efficient. Naturally, I'm a very, very lazy person. Who is lazy? Like me. I'm also lazy. I'm very lazy. And that's why I use AI. I remember I was doing a project for an organization, and it was funded by USAID. And USAID, when you are developing, when you are doing, so I also do like a documentation. And USAID's process for documentation is very complex. So I did like 20 or 30 pages or so, and I sent it to them. And by the time they matched, all those comments on those, I never ran match. They were too much, So I had to sit and say, okay, I gotta figure this out. So I used AI. So sometimes your ideas can come so faster. So my ideas come faster than my ability to type them out. So I would discuss my ideas. I will use AI to transcribe my ideas. I will take my idea to ChatGPT, fine-tune the idea. I will carry it to remove the AI from it, then move it to Crewbot and phrase it for me. That was how I was able to do it. It was 50 pages, but I was very efficient. So AI can help you. You want to reply your emails, Google can do that, and Gemini can do that for you. Perplexity is very good when you're doing research, because Perplexity has been trained with what we call NLP, Natural Language Processing. So the way it works is that it's been trained the system has been trained like to read, and ChatGPT doesn't even read, it uses algorithms and patterns and put whatever together, but Perplexity will read what you are saying and answer it back.
Like change
So it's if you're doing research,
let it be
you
this.
can use Perplexity. Just like those technical writing.
Should I edit it for transit now? I was
It's
thinking
very
to
good
change
for
the.
technical writing.
I was thinking of you changing this video so that it switch, but not it.
DeepSeek is very good with math. They're using math. DeepSeek. General purpose stuff. ChatGPT is very good. Gemini too is good. Where Gemini has power, its advantage with Gemini is because it has access to Google research, so you can use Gemini for Google research. Those are what we call LLM, large language models. There's also image to text. I think there's mid learning. What's the one? What is the one? Yeah? I try to. So Google has its own text to image. Google has its own VO3 now. Yeah, that's the new one. That will do video editing, voices. There's AI that will create music. There's if you have a Spotify account, I saw everything was generated by AI, the full album with lots of it. So you can imagine. I remember I was watching a video. I don't know anybody knows Timbaland. Yeah, music buff, Timbaland. He's having a lot of issues with people because what he's doing is that he's creating AI labels. The artist, the music, the beats, the lyrics, everything generated. And it uses data, so they are trained. So for example, if you go to have you observed that when you are using your phones, you will almost drop your phone as if they are spying on you. Have you observed it? Yeah, so what they're doing is they're picking your data and they're training models to predict. So it's what you call predictive analysis. So it uses that to predict your trends. predict your life. So Google, Facebook, or whatever platform you use know you better than you know yourself. They have about over 7,000 data points on you, what you like, where you visit, where when you scrolling on the page. When do you scroll? How fast did you scroll? When did you stop scrolling? What did you click? What did you comment? In fact, now, to get a visa, they say you must give them the social media handle so that they can check and verify you. That's where the world is going to in the area of AI. And if you begin to tap into it, you become efficient. Now, from there's the need that AI is going to replace some jobs. Well, it's not going to replace, it's going to replace like typing, low level, repetitive tasks. But it's going to make your work very efficient. Very, very efficient. You can write essays with AI. I was showing wisdom for this. Well, I taught my son, so my son is 14, and I was teaching him how to, because anytime he's very intelligent, so he's a visual learner, but when you tell him to write, he's very lazy in putting what you bring to him. And so I said, since I knew he was a visual learner, I started teaching him how to use Gemini to learn. So you use Gemini, and I'll tell Gemini to explain to you like a 4-year-old. I still do that. You know, the complex thing, you can try something and put it in Gemini and then summarize and put it and give you the bullet points. You can take something and throw it on ChatGPT. You can tell it to arrange it according to based on this. You can tell it to tabulate it. You can tell it to export it, and it will do it for you. You can tell Gemini to export whatever you do to Google Docs, and it will do it for you. This makes your work very efficient. You know, AI is good when it comes to Excel. You know, data analysis, well, the time it's become a little bit redundant. You know, especially the data entry and all that, because you can package everything, put it in. You know, they're beginning to integrate, add AI in some of these products. Every product now has AI working with it. You know, Excel has what's Microsoft's own? What's Copilot? It's very efficient, very, very developer. It's very, very efficient. That's why you don't call it vibe coding. People don't even know how to code. But they have the idea of what they want to do, and they begin to engage the AI. You have to also learn how to fine-tune your prompts. Yes. So once in a while, and the more you engage your AI, the AI that you use, the more it understands you. All I need to do is tell ChatGPT, please type my profile, and ChatGPT will type my profile for me, everything, because I've been feeding you my CV. Sit up and build me a CV. When you take the CV out, then you tell it to fine tune it, tell it to adjust, change this, make this before you put this one after this. You do everything, fine tune it, you export it to it. If you ask me, should I export it for you at Microsoft Word? You tell me yes, to export it for you. If I want to put stuff on LinkedIn, I don't bother myself typing. I'll just type on LinkedIn. This is the event I went to. A post on LinkedIn. This is what I wanted to say. This is how I want to say it. It will be for me. I'll say, do another one for my status on WhatsApp. Do another one that I put on Facebook. Do another one that I put on Instagram. You do everything and put all the hashtags for me. Copy and paste. So you see that it can be very, very effective. It's like you have like superpowers, you know, and everybody's wondering, this guy is so start developing yourself. Do something you have it on your phones. I have activity, I have Gemini, have them on your phones. If you are a researcher, use Perplexity. It doesn't have to relate. So use Perplexity. You know, grammar between Zoom when you're typing. Quillbot cannot paraphrase. Even if just the idea, just type it anyhow. Carry to Quillbot, even paraphrase it for you. He will now ask you, do you want it in a formal way? You can type something and tell your activity to write it, but make it in a very fun way. This is the target audience. You rearrange everything for you. That's what you can do here. More to come when you have the task. Thank you.
So, All right, almost a round of applause for Mr. Nino. Not just a great session, I think I've left already, I'm not going to things are all very easy. I think that very easier. So just before our next session, just to take us on a bit of a journey of enlightenment, I had the honor to be very young and I advanced so much. Yes, this man organized one of the biggest youth conferences in Nigeria. Has a magnet for young people called Connect Conference. And when you bring in that room, there's about 2,000 young people just to get their minds reoriented. And ladies and gentlemen, he's with us this afternoon. So please round of applause for the very audacious, the one and the only Joseph Edson. Please round of applause. But that's the way it's like. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, you were noticing I was trying to ask you a question. I just came to support the Philip. Then I'm just asked to say something here. How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? I am to see the reason you see. I'll just say something brief about work positioning. Work positioning. One of the things I've noticed about work people, 9 to 5, is that whenever you meet a 9 to 5, there are two things. It is either they give their life to their job altogether, either they give their life to their job, or there's something else that they do at the side that they really don't know how to promote either their job or what they say they do. So at the end of the day, they're not able to either make money from their job. Like what I mean, they're not able to explore opportunities because of the job they have, and they're also not able to know how to promote what they call their gift, their skills. Are we together? Oh, yeah, excited. You know what looking at me is like, should I sit down? Continue. So I'm talking about something we all know about. We talked about corporate branding. I like to talk about briefly personal branding, how to sell yourself, how to communicate your value, how to love the job that you do, and still promote the skills that you have. Does that make sense? Yes. Does that make sense? Yes. So it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're able to do what I'm going to teach you today, it will help you to attract opportunity. How many of you want to travel the world? How many of us have traveled out of Nigeria before? How many of us want to travel out of Nigeria? Now, one of the things I'm trying to do is to be talking to us, and we're going to talk to me too. Does that make sense? Tell your neighbor, do you want to travel out of Nigeria? You want to travel out of Nigeria? Ask your neighbor, don't travel out of Nigeria. Ask your neighbor, do you want to travel out of Nigeria again? You know that your job can take you out of Nigeria. You know that your skill can take you out of Nigeria. You know that your business can take you out of Nigeria. You know that the business you're currently hiding can take you out of Nigeria. But the question is, have you been able to sell it? That's what we do. Ask me if I've been able to sell it. So now, this is how this thing works. This is how this thing works, right? This is how this thing works. Now, a lot of people, bankers, and many people that have 9 to 5, all the business that can pay well. Now, one of the things that makes it that a lot of people don't know how to tell the story that can attract the kind of things that I'm looking for. And now AI is causing commotion, AI is causing problem. A lot of people don't really understand how to use AI. Right? So when we come to social media and want to read your post, there's how we just look at it and be like, yeah, how do you know? Unwavering. Testament. Right? There's some words that we know that this is not you. Yeah. There are some emojis, some stickers that once we see it, this is AI. Now, there is how people read your post, they read your content, they hear from you, they know that this is not who you are. So one of the things, while we're trying to tell our story, one of the things we want to learn how to do
is to tell stories that make people remember who we are, our authenticity. Blah, 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 blah. AI will make you something that would make it very universal. And there's something that's happening now in event industry. How many of you that you go online, you see like an ad, and there are so many similar events right now?
Yeah.
How many of you that? There's so many similar events. I don't. There's a particular one I've been seeing everywhere, and everybody's using the same prompt. Okay, I want to organize an event for this category of people with this. And everybody's asking the same question. I want to organize an event, blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, you post a flyer, and everybody is posting the same thing, everything is the same. So the big question now is, how are we able to use our brains to communicate to this AI? Because AI can understand the human emotion. So how are you able to decide what AI can generate for you? That's what they call generative AI. Is you are getting to know that, okay, I have a brain. I went to university. How many people went to university? Of course. Just pretend like I'm making sense. How many people went to university? And my point is that that university we went to is a call for us to understand that what we've studied can really help us to work with this thing called AI. So I don't just go online and write this thing for me, and at the end of the day, everybody, 100 people are writing the same things. Everybody's post like sounding the same. Everybody's video online is looking the same. Why? AI. So how are you able to know that, okay, I'm different, but this is what my brand stands for, and this is how I can use AI to explore the opportunities I'm looking for to sell myself in this regard. So now my question now is, the businesses you are currently running, you're 95. How are you able to tell your story? Some of us, this is what we do. We have amazing jobs. But we think that when we promote our jobs, this is what Yer Workforce Training. I'm trying to help you to understand how you can explore other opportunities aside from what you currently have. Now, a lot of us, because we have 95, we are refusing to promote the job or ourselves because we think that at the end of the day, when we promote this job, we are actually promoting the company. But this is what I want to help us to understand. If you can fully maximize the season of your life with that 95, even though it's just for 9 months, even though it's just for 2 years, give yourself to yourself, whatever I'm doing with this company, I'm going to promote myself 24/7. Does that make sense? Because some of us, this is how it works. You have a 95, and by the time you're done with the season of that 95, you are not starting from scratch to look for another job. Why? Because while you are with this job, English. Anyway, while you were there at that job, you were not able to promote yourself. And this is how it works. How many of us have WhatsApp contacts? Status, all this kind of stuff. How many of us?
People are like
How
that.
many have Facebook?
People are like,
LinkedIn,
they can't.
X,
They can't get.
TikTok. How many of us have social media accounts? YouTube. How many of us do? Now, do you know that the people that are currently connected to you, that call human beings? They are human beings.
Yes, well.
How many of us know that? That the opportunities we are praying to God for, there are people that are looking for people to come and do that for
Did
you.
link change or something?
But you have a 95, and you're not promoting yourself because you think you are going to help the boss and the company to grow. No, you're actually helping yourself to know what to grow. There is how you carry your 95 on your head, your business on your head, and your boss will want you to handle a particular project because they see that this guy, if Joseph is passionate like this, let's give Joseph the stuff to do now. For some people, we've been hiding our job, we've been hiding everything that we're doing, and at the end of the day, we are known for nothing. Ask your neighbor, what are you known for? 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 What can we pay you for? What can we call you for? What can we recommend you for? How you is to write about yourself. Is to tell your own story.
writing is not for you, carry partner. Writing is for you. But how have you been able to learn how to write? Ability should not post our brain. Carry your phone, go to your notes app. There's a particular app, notes, notebook. Just go there and just try to type. Just try to express yourself. And by the way, if you want AI GPT to generate something for you, you have to feed it with some information. And at the end of the day, it is the kind of information, the quality of information that you feed AI with that it will generate for you. If you give it trash, it will give you trash back. And while you are trying to use AI, understand that, like, for some people that apply for global opportunities, right? There are also AI tools that they use to catch people using AI. Like, out together. So if you go to AI to generate, they also have their own tool that they are using to catch people that are using AI. So it means at the end of the day, you still need to learn how to write. Because if people must call you for an opportunity, it means that they must do that. This lady, she's very good. She's very talented. She's skilled. She's amazing. But how can they know if they've not seen or heard from you? And how can they do that? Social media. You have a job. Take pictures in your office. Tell your story. So if you've been working at this company for the past 5 years, for the past 10 years, what's the evidence? What's the proof that you've been there? Nobody knows that you were the manager there. Tell them, but nobody knows that you were the manager. Nobody knows that you are competent enough to handle the next job. Like I'm in your job. Some of us will handle some really amazing positions, but nobody knows. So you wonder when you're applying for another job, they're looking down on you. Because they're going to check your timeline, and there's nothing to equate when you talk about that this is who you are. So it means that if you were an intern at the company, talk about it. So when they now promote you to a staff at this level, even the social media marketer, social media manager, you were now the social media manager, and what happens? You've grown, right? So they now try, they promote you to maybe HR or a senior, whatever. What do you do? You tell that same story. So at the end of the day, you'll be surprised that while you're working with this company, they're not calling and I just beg you, just say, is it possible for you to just, okay, we know that you have a 9 to 5, but can you just come and consult for us? How much will you charge? Those questions will only come because of the stories you are able to tell. Except you want to be stuck at your job for the next 10 years. No other opportunity. You can have a 9 to 5 from Monday to Friday, and Friday evening you are traveling to another country, like back before Sunday. And imagine how much they can pay you if you are able to tell the kind of story that can help you access these kind of opportunities. So when you hear the concept of personal branding, telling your stories, it's not for a certain class of people. It's not for content creators. It's for everybody. It's for everybody. If you have a 9 to 5, you have a fashion business. Do you understand that telling your story can change your life overnight? Are we together? Yes. But we think that this 9 to 5, this storytelling is for content creators. So we leave the market, we leave the social media platform for them to explore. So every time we go, and there's someone that is just tell everybody, I'm wondering, is this for me too? Yes, it is. If there's any opportunity you are looking for anywhere, like he said, if you apply for visa now, you must check your timeline. You must check your timeline. As of we claim that I don't really know how to tell my story. I don't really know what to say online. I don't really. But if you go and check your timeline, there are just so many stuff on your timeline that can make people not to want to work with you, or that can make people want to recommend you. There's some tweets you see online, and the next thing is on your WhatsApp. How about that? You just see it and you can easily read it, and the next thing you want to put on your WhatsApp status, on your Instagram story, on your Facebook. Why? Because you know that this thing makes sense, and I want other people to see it. But the key question now is, how have you been able to create something that people can say, this is really nice. How can I also just promote it on my own timeline too? Your WhatsApp story, what have you been using it for? To drag people? To to drag celebrities or to tell the story. Now, what I'm trying to share here today is there's a basic thing that if you can apply, it will change how you work. It will change the kind of policy that you can access. But we don't pay attention to these things. There's how you can just go up, you can just Google now. And so the things we've learned here today, just on your WhatsApp message, just write something amazing. Just said, wait, do you know this person? Wait, you know about this? If you're looking for me to come and check a company on this room, how much will you check? I just send an invoice. And just a WhatsApp post is giving you an opportunity that will change your life forever. But this is where WhatsApp is limited. It lasts for how many hours? 24 hours. So it means you have to explore other opportunities, other platforms. And I call it the game of options. What game of options? There is Instagram. Post on Instagram. Post on Facebook. Currently, I'm not a Facebook person. There are other platforms that should see what you're doing. Why? Because it's called the magic of trees. Like, I go to your timeline now, I don't discover you for the first time. For instance, some of you are meeting on the first time. And you start to go and check me on Instagram, for instance, right? Right? I start, oh my God, oh, this is really who this guy is. Oh, he knows this person. Oh, he when I did this. Oh, this thing they said. Oh, this thing they said. And before you know, you are glued. There is just so much information for you to feed from. That is why you have to post it. Now, a lot of people, sometimes we try to post, right? I discover that you have 0 likes, 2 likes, 10, 1, and you're discouraged. But I love what Instagram is doing now, right? Just like on YouTube, if you post something that nobody likes, you can share people that viewed your stuff, right? So it means that people are actually what? Connected to what you're doing. So one of the things you now want to do is to learn how the game is played. Nobody's liking my post, nobody's engaging my content, nobody's doing this. How can I buy attention? Because in the game of attention, how can I buy attention? How can I get people to stay on my feet? How can I get people to be interested in what I do? Stories. Stories that they can relate with. Stories that can promote who you are, what you're doing, the business that you're currently running. And finally, to build your brand, all you have to explore is the magic of content. I'm sure we've had content, but that's just where we are right now in the world. Content. What can you share that people can use to know that, okay, this is who this guy is, this is why I should work with him, this is why I should patronize her, this is why I should do this with this person. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you're doing. If nobody knows about it, you stop at your job. Because the job you have, the next job you're looking for requires you to tell your story. The next customer you're looking for, you're going to somebody's pocket. It's how you meet somebody for the first time, and you're like, I meet from social media. How can we do business? Why? Because you've been telling your story. But if everything you learn from here today is going to end up in your book, then nobody will know exactly who you are. Everything you are learning from all the training you've been paying money for is for you to tell the world and know how to tell the world exactly who you are and why you should work with you. I hope it's helpful. Thank you so much.
Please be glad for ladies and gentlemen. I think I covered it. Are you clap back, ladies and gentlemen? I want you to say to one last people for something to us. What do you say to them? Sing one louder. You're not saying, oh, beautiful. Yeah, I think there's this girl I see on Instagram that was at big bang. I think I ran stumbled upon her phone one time. Just watch. I'm not following her, but I really to watch. And so crazy, she just goes to the bank and she tells you, she goes, I think one of the conversation was going up and down to go and ask them what's this random question. And she just goes and be like, let's say Mr. X, I'm going to send an email now to Bola. Okay, send the email, send the email, you know. And she goes up again and says, Ma'am, I want to go and refill my bottle of water. You know, she just goes on the office and things are very amazing. And I think people just make them check up on her. Hey, what can you be about? That's what you do. You know, but it's so great. Basically, just tell the story of whatever you're doing. So in my hands, and how many of you play cards? How many of you play cards? You play cards now, don't pretend now. When you go to some bar and go and drink Arabian tea, you play cards, yes or no? Don't you play cards? Don't be shy. You play cards, yes or no? Huh? Play the cards. Okay, sorry. Okay, you play what? You don't play cards, you play what? I'm sorry. Not playing cards for people that cost that have money. But you play what? You play what? Yes or no? And now, big two, big three, hold on. You play that, right? So I have in my hands, this is work-life balance cards, right? I'm going to shuffle the cards, and each person will pick one out of these cards. Yes, you can pick from the top, from the base, from the middle, whatever you like. So I'll keep this mic here. So I'm apologizing to our virtual audience that I'm so sorry you can't play this game. So next time, come physically. I'm not a good shuffler. I'm not a good shuffler. Not really. But I'm the card master for today. And so you will pick. Yes. Okay. Yes, please just pick the card. Take it to the level. Yes. Oh, great. Yes, you're making the card. Some you guys like taking from the. No, you've already touched that. Just pick. Great. What was it? Okay. Yes. Yusuf? Smart. Nice one. Victoria? Gloria?
Nikki, baby. Nikki.
Lisa?
Nikki.
Ajimon? Precious? Oh, Yusuf, sir, okay. Okay. Close to something. Madaki? Lisa? Young lady's bed like Jennifer, where am I? Jennifer? Larry? Jerry? Kiziti, right? Kizita. I see try. Felicity? Felicia? Oh, great. Yeah, this is Nike. I remember. Happiness. And my sister, Okemena. Vivian. Precious. Remind me. Patience. I need to be feeling Chuku. Here you go. So pick a card. Great. So I'll stand beside you. What does your card say? Is it up? Yeah, so flip it over. What does it say? The card says, reflect on the situation where you felt pressure to prioritize work over personal obligations. How did you handle it?
Okay.
Can I read it again?
Yes.
Okay, so reflect on the situation where you felt pressure to prioritize work over personal obligations. How did you handle it?
Okay, well, I just had to own up to the fact that it was work and I had to just do what I had to do.
You had to do what you had to do.
Of course, to just program my mind to, I just checked that, well, if I don't put in my best to handle that situation at that point in time, then everything is going to go down and I'll be held responsible for it. So I just manage myself.
Manage yourself calmly.
And
Okay, Jennifer, what does your card say? Your card says, reflect on the situation where you adjusted your work schedule or workload to accommodate family priorities. What was the outcome? What the hell? Yeah, tell us the outcome.
So, all that is also to be honest, because it was not easy, and that was the family priority. It had to be work. So the outcome was not nice.
That was not nice. Yeah, okay, then sorry, we'll felicitate with you. Okay, Larry, how did you involve your family in celebrating your achievements and milestones in both your personal and professional life?
It's not about breaking the news to them, but
Okay.
these are able to achieve.
So give us an example.
So I'll use my previous job.
Okay, promotion or
Yeah, I got a promotion.
Oh, nice.
The first person she was like the prayer warrior.
All the prayer we have for all the midnight prayer.
She was like the first person I told. Your prayer that you've been doing finally manifested.
Oh, great. Did you buy wine? Did you buy chicken?
I don't know.
You said more, you have to cut the salary and pay times. Obviously, doing well. Another thing, Mr. Kat said, what steps do you take to ensure you have time for activities that bring you joy and fulfillment outside work? In the laugh. I know your type, arrogancy. You know,
I like music and music.
so you go to Jake's club. You go to Grace.
To have a nice time.
Yeah, you got to, I like you. Must have a nice time. Oh, Jerry, you're back. So it says, reflect on the situation where you are advocated for flexible work arrangements to improve work-life balance. Yes. Do you work remote in your office? Hybrid. So speaking of that, you don't feel answer this question now. But have you been advocating for hybrid work in your office?
Well, I want to go into remote work, so I'm working. The learning process and then that's hopefully I'll be
Yeah, what I'm doing. Oh, great, I see. All right. Oh, Felicia, what does your card say? So your card says what? Your card says, describe a time when you sought support from colleagues or mentors to help maintain balance. Very critical. What do you have a personal experience?
I think I think for me, I don't work well under pressure, right? And I've been able to identify that. So when maybe there's a project, sometimes you have the kind of organizations where projects comes in and the deadline is quite tight for you, and whatever happens, it doesn't matter. You just have to deliver on the work, right? And so I think there was a time something like that came up. I needed help because I was literally passing out. I couldn't on my own. And I did seek help from my colleague, and they were able to go through for me. And at the end of the day, the result was excellent.
Awesome. Shout out to all the colleagues that used to help colleagues in the office. Because remember us all those colleagues. I know Larry is like a strong guy. Okay, Nick, what does your card say? The card says, reflect on the time when you felt guilty for taking time off. How did you overcome that guilt? And your type, then will like say, HR, I am sick. Stop calm. Nothing. And your type, this card speech. So tell us, how did you lie? How did you feel when you went back and you lied? That you had extra crumbs for extra 2 weeks. So tell us.
Okay. All right. So let's start with this. Okay, I don't really lie. If I have
You don't really lie, but you lie.
If I have a reason to take a time off, I'll tell my boss the reason why I have to, like the main reason.
Then you add extra.
So now, okay, something happened recently. I traveled to Obodo, like, I think 2 months ago. And when I came back, I've been to December next month. So when I came back, I was like, this trip wasn't even worth it. Like, I thought you to have to take permission for, like, I feel I could have taken the permission for another thing that would even be more productive. Because I've been there. So I just feel guilty, like I wasted
The time. Oh.
going there. So, and another time that I take permission for something that wasn't true, and now when I'm confused. Now when it happens to get with myself, babe, you need rest. It's not the time you have to work. Like you just need that rest. So
It's not gonna go key.
yes, just tell myself I need the rest.
One life for office. Emphasis on the line. You will lie in the office. Happiness. Let's find out from you. What does the card say? The card says,
You did not ask the right question. What excuse did she give?
Larry. Larry. Happiness. How do you manage your time effectively to ensure both work and personal responsibilities are met? You breathe hard.
Most times, some of us, just like we live in the office and we sit at our home.
I'm very telling you, right?
And sometimes my work comes with a lot of pressure. My work's supposed to be a 9 to 5 job.
When you're working,
But sometimes it comes to the office before 8.
Jesus.
I'm going home like around 7 p.m. or even more than
And
that.
it doesn't promote you now.
And sometimes it comes with a lot of pressure too.
Hi.
Because I work with an organization that I need to contract. So I have to prepare this profile and do this and do this and do that, and it's just me. So how do I manage it? I don't work on weekend like Saturday and Sundays. I do most of the things I have to do for myself that Saturday and Sunday. Although sometimes I still rush to the office on Saturday and Sunday to do some things. But I do some things on Saturday and Sunday because I know that from Monday to Friday, this was office and comes first.
Wow. 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 Nice. So let me share a personal experience before I ask my sister, okay, Brenda. When I was working 9 to 5, I had a strict rule. I had a boundary I don't cross. If you call me when it's not within 9 to 5, 1 minute past 5, I will not pick up the call. If I tell me that the ED is calling, is asking for me, I will tell you my contract states 9 to 5. Anything past 5 p.m., I respond not. We meet tomorrow. If you send me any message, I do not open the message. I will wait till 9 a.m. the next morning in the office. I will attend to it. Okay, madam, what does the card say? Describe a time when you successfully managed a work crisis without sacrificing personal well-being. Madam?
The biggest work crisis I faced was when I was working in Mexico.
Okay.
It was like a personal project. I and my partner we had to launch and have, and we had to commence a conference, and there was no registration. Everything seems to be going down. We're spending money and we're not seeing any outcome. Okay, so how I managed to manage the crisis was actually communicating, asking questions from people who have gone through this process already and have moved on successfully. Sometimes we feel like we have to do things on our own, and we don't know how to do. So I went out of my way to admit that yes, I'm doing something wrong. Please come and help me.
Come to my rescue.
Come to my rescue. And actually, the person actually came to my rescue and gave me some tips, and I was able to overcome that.
Awesome. So what's my patience? Great. So not just for Femena. Yes. So patience, your card says, share a moment when you effectively communicated your work-life balance needs to your employer or colleagues. In Pidgin, share the time we say you work out with your guy, say, oh God, this work, so it's choking me. I need a break. Tell us if you have or if you are planning.
I have.
You haven't?
I have.
You have. Good. Tell us.
One of them was, it was actually my boss. And when I said that, the rest of my boss, it wasn't ready. So I just had to speak to his response. He actually said, if you're not ready to work, the other people out there looking for jobs. So that's actually great to me.
Okay, pass the microphone to Ogochukwu. Ogochukwu, what does your card say? Your card says, describe a time when you successfully negotiated your work schedule to accommodate personal commitments. For PG now, let's say you don't reach work, let's say the organization like the clock goes around 3 o'clock, so if you go to your personal runs, tell us. Or you go lie, say, I have to go for church, I have appointment to run to church or hospital checkup, or else I lie.
I don't think it was ever a time with me. Because
Tell us.
because even when I'm sick, I manage myself at work.
Jesus.
Yes,
A round of applause.
even when I'm sick.
Workaholic.
My colleague can have access to it.
It's glory, Your Majesty.
Yes, even when I'm sick, I will still manage myself. I say I just have to do this because if I'm not there, I feel that there is something.
Then you are saying
There is something missing.
don't think well, you also take a cue from Ogochukwu. Learn from Ogochukwu. Even in her pain, her passion shines through. She goes to work. She has never lied to even leave the office for personal commitment. See, any company that has you has gold. This is Ogochukwu. What does the card say? It says, reflect on a situation where you effectively communicate with your family about your work commitments and availability. For PG, You get times when you don't miss family engagement like wedding, party, you don't feel go well because of say they work, they work. How you take tell your family? Tell us. Take the microphone.
Oh, I'm supposed to say this in pidgin.
No, you can show don't hard, no. Pitching hard, no worry.
So I've not necessarily missed any
Engagement.
yes, because my family lives in Lagos and I'm in Abuja.
Oh.
But when I'm not available to communicate, pick up a call, I would let you know that if I don't pick up at the time, I will call you back. But if I fail to, I will leave a message.
Oh, and you're
But
very nice.
don't be calling me back to back to back. You know,
Oh, nice.
that's how I
You even don't have a, you're just echo. She's like that. Are you married? Okay. I was looking at the ask question. My dear sister, patience. Let me see your card. What does it say? It says, share a moment when you felt overwhelmed by work demands. How did you handle it? Look at it for picture. Don't say you don't need for office, work will be plenty. Because you are precious this, precious that file, precious that document, and you will not type, you might reflect. And this will just pause.
Okay. So, like when I started my job recently,
What do you do basically?
I work on a real estate company.
Oh, nice.
Yes. As a sales executive.
Oh, nice. It's executive for me.
So, so at that time there was you must meet this target. Fine, they give us targets, right? And they were like, you will meet this target, no problem. So why am I not hearing target every day? You must meet this target, you meet this target, you must meet this target. And all of a sudden, you must start hearing like side talks like, you want to sack somebody, don't sack somebody. I'm like, so you should sack me.
For work, I just this what? And back to bills.
Like, don't sack me. You know, I won't go.
I cannot pay on credit.
Sack me. Why she sack me? And I'm like, one day it was just too much. Like, you must meet this target was just too much. Like, the pressure was too much. So I had to go inside the restroom and I started crying. And then I now reminded myself of who I am. I know myself. I was going to meet that target.
I can meet this target.
Yes.
This target who am I?
So yes, I just know who I am. Self motivation is what keeps me going.
Awesome. Round of applause. That's a big one. Just pass the mic to Ajuma. If you want to say card, say. Okay. Great. So your card says, and I read your tarot. How do you maintain boundaries between work and personal relationships to avoid conflict? For PG, how do they handle your work and your man? Maybe some work they interfere between you and your man. Like you did for house with your man, you're going to say work calls. Come call you for phone. It's by boss. You're going to be blessed. I see that laugh. Show of us. I thought you had something like
Okay, first off, I'll start by saying that when I started working initially, I
don't get a boyfriend.
I had
Oh, you had.
and I didn't have the perfect work-life balance. I didn't know how to balance it because I used to be at work very early and
Leave very late.
leave very late.
That's why you're
And it was tough because I had a lot of aside romantic relationship, I had a lot of squabble with my friends. Oh, you're not replying to my text, you've left me an hour for long. So I had to find that balance. Right now, once it's 5 o'clock, my colleagues know that I'm clocking out.
Yes.
I don't have the energy to stay behind and doing what I'm not supposed to do. So yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, round of applause. Let's go. What does the crowd say? Woo. How do you create a physical and mental separation between work and home life? Whether that in your house now, maybe you don't live this, you live campus. Just tell us, how do you create it?
So when I'm at work, I know I'm at work. So I have like a dedicated workspace. I'm at work, I'm doing my job. When I'm out of the office, I do home stuff.
Example of home stuff.
I do home stuff.
Example of home stuff.
Just being with my siblings, just trying to cut bill exactly. And then If I'm overwhelmed, I try to go out, maybe make friends.
Okay.
Just take time out.
Take time. But you're not even listed the home stuff.
What movies?
That's
What movies? What movies? Just messaging. It's nothing.
That's home stuff. G's, movies, and
Leave the home stuff.
Yes, all right. How do you currently define work-life balance for yourself?
Okay. For me, I would say prioritizing what is expected of me at the moment. So, and then knowing when to take a break because it can be a lot sometimes. Yes.
Okay, I have a friend that suffers from these break issues. I told you that she's even more serious. Yeah. Victoria, please. What does your card say? Okay. The card says, how do you incorporate breaks and downtime into your work day to prevent fatigue and maintain focus?
Currently, I don't have a stressful job. I don't think I do.
Oh my
I've
lord.
one before.
Have money, you have to wait. I'm going to have money now.
No. I said I've had one before.
That's a
That I've had one that you have to do in 24 hours. So then you can, and you have to use your brain. So at some point, you will not be thinking again because you're sitting down and working and you have to use your brain. So anything we do 24 hours, you do it with somebody, two people. So we devise the means, okay, at this point, the workload is reducing. Instead of two of us to sit at the same time, let's be doing, okay, this person will do 1 hour, the other person will go and rest, and then the next hour. So we had to incorporate that so that we won't burn out. So the fatigue, you go and rest your brain and come back and still be active.
Just make me remember the full attendance, 24 hours. You're 1 day in, 1 day off. Yusuf, where's your card? Take by me. Okay. Reflect on the time you felt most balanced and fulfilled. What contributed to that feeling?
Currently, I think I'm
Balanced and fulfilled. Salary. Tell us something to that. 6 figures or 7?
Long.
Long.
in dollar.
Yes, you're the guys in dollars. So, wait, just wait. Hold on. Look at all of us in this hall. Just look at something that you can share $100. Can we just share $100? You can share $100. Even less than.
I'll think about it.
You have to feel your unbalanced. Don't you think?
So, I think one led to that. My current place of work, I met a system on ground before my teammates threw out some things. They need to do this approval from the MD. And I think when I step into that position, I hardly get approval quite fast. So that's why. So I'm balanced now.
Awesome. So I'm just used to, okay, just what did you say? The guy says, what strategies do you use to maintain balance during periods of high stress?
Okay, first of all, I've already come to terms with the fact that you can't avoid stress. Having that in mind will save you a lot of stress, so to speak. So, secondly, which is very important, I also listen to my body. Don't ignore your body when your body or your mind is telling you something. When you are stressed out, it either shows physically or mentally or both. So when that time comes, you have to listen to your body. If it's osteo-writing for sick leave or communicating your colleagues that you're not in your optimal days, just listen to your body. If you know it's catastrophic. It's catastrophic for both you and the organization you work for. So when you do that, you can easily manage your stress. You know things, activities you do, and create that boundary between your weekends or your time off and your time off. When you clock out, you know that you've clocked out both with your thumbprint and your head. So you make sure that your time off, the way you use your work time to work, that's how you use your play time to play. So you work hard and play hard, and you don't feel guilty about it.
You don't feel guilty about it. Awesome. Work hard and play hard. Next one. So most card says. Yeah, so your card says, how do you ensure you have quality time for personal relationship despite work demands? In teaching, how do you have times for your wife or your girlfriend, spouse?
First of all, I will have to communicate my job role to them. So when they know that my job role
Actually, I thought they did. No, exactly in teaching. Okay.
So if they actually know my job is demanding, so they actually demand less of my time. So I need to communicate to them that this is the kind of work I do. In fact, I work Saturdays, I work Sundays. So they know when I'm leaving on Sunday, they actually know where I'm going to. So I also schedule for time for my loved ones. Now, whenever I have a free period, I could just schedule for, okay, this time is for family, this time is for study, this time is for me to go to the field, to play football. And I also set boundaries. No work after work. Once I'm closed, no one should call me this, the road is pending, or okay. Now, whenever I'm with my loved ones also, I practice presence. Let them feel that I'm around because they know that I'm not always around. When I'm around, they should know that I am around. It shouldn't be a case where I'm around and I'm still busy doing other things. So that's how I balance.
Are you married? Not yet. Do you have a girlfriend?
No, I must think, my question was the one because love must love. It's specific. Let's find out from Mr. Obiso. Tell me what you can say.
No, don't worry, I'll help you. I see. Perfect question for you. How do you integrate self-care into your daily routine?
So,
Do you go to the spa?
the answer to this
Do you do facial?
is
No, wait, let's find out. Do you go to the spa? Do you do facial?
I do a lot of morning works and
You go to
gym
the gym?
time
Nice.
and do my food. But I was going to say that my direct answer to that question triggered on the ways. Because I don't believe in work-life balance. I don't think that you can. I don't think you exist. I don't think you can find balance. I think you just focus on one thing at a particular time while another thing suffers. Then when you switch to the other one, you compensate for it. But trying to find the balance in it and provide average on both ends. This is my personal opinion. Thank you.
Wow, nice.
Mr. Ayo, what does your God say?
I'll read for you. Jesus trained my heart. Describe a situation where you set boundaries with colleagues or clients to protect your personal time.
Okay, so because I'm a tech person, everybody thinks I live with the laptop. I'm taking back to the laptop and weekend. So I had to start letting people know that I'm not on my laptop right now. So I'm not on my laptop right now. And they call me for some mundane things. They think when you tell someone you have to take, they think it's everything. This is very, very wide. Somebody has called me and he was trying to do his, he was trying to get to and he couldn't connect his laptop to his power, And because I love to solve problems, I helped him through it. But these days, if you call me, I'll tell you that I'm on my laptop. And I do my laptop. So I'm not on my laptop. So if not, I will not have time. I used to work late at night. I knew how I could work, I'll work till maybe 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, crash, I know how to do short sleeps. I can sleep 12 hours and I'm back. But as one grows old,
I guess we're doing that time.
my body doesn't, cannot take that. I have headaches and fuck, stop doing that. Once it's over, then I'll tell you that I'm not much happy.
You will think that, because I saw you. Between shows Berlin. Okay, so while we're having our games, thank you so much for encouraging. Yes, let me ask yourself, what is the concept? What is how they expose you? Ask me your mouth. See, I'm not actually. See, I'm not. You're not. I'm not sure. You stepped out when you started. See, you ran away. No, you just. So where's your card? Where's your card? Are you sure? Yes, you can read it out. What boundaries do you have introduced to prevent work with stress affecting personal life? What boundaries do you have in place to prevent work-related stress from affecting your time with your wife, your private time with your wife, your children, and what?
I think what wisdom said is one of the things I know. Let me give an example. For that, I created something called post mode. When I'm in the office, and we're in the office, let it be fire on the mountain. Immediately I left the office, I press a pause. Everything stops. When I'm in it, for example, I've gone home, I'll just press start for myself. So, when you're working and your boss can call you and give you some work and say, this fire on the mountain, send this, that. I can do it with my wife. But before I start that work, I press start again. So if you see me in the office when there's fire on the mountain and see me at home, you would think this thing is two different people. For my peace. That's how I do it.
For your peace, for the peace of your home.
Yes.
Emphasis on peace of your home.
For my wife.
For your wife. Thank you so much. I've answered it. Yes, my guy. Because I knew you. You work a lot, you work too much. What strategies do you use to prevent work-related stress from practice or sleep or mental health?
I think that's simple for me. I just turn off notifications. So I only check messages when I want to. I only go to social media when I want to. So you can't send me a message and I reply when you want me to reply. I only reply when I want to. So that's how I keep my sanity together.
Oh, nice. Yeah, great. All right. So while we're playing the card game, so today you walked in. I'd like to indulge in the game, so I will show you the card. I'm the card master. Forgive my shopping. Like the shopping before. Okay, just randomly pick. Oh, you pick two. Also. Okay. So which do you pick? This is cheating, right? They just pick two one. Okay, you choose one. Oh, I should choose one for you. Oh, wow. I think I like this one for you. So, what strategies do you use to maintain harmony and connection with your family while managing work demands?
Well, the beautiful thing about it is there are a lot of people to dedicate to. So that has saved me enough time. And just like my friend Wisdom in the CAP said, there's nothing like work-life balance. But also, we need to be smart about it. But you tell yourself once in a week or once a day, and then your phone to remind you, just saying a hi. How you doing? How is your work doing? To your wife, to your children. I'm thinking about you. Just a text to remind. And you can put it, and the tech guys can even help you. It can be programmed. Just send it to them, and then that saves you from a lot of things. For me, I have a lot of people to validate me. And my Mondays is my Monday. My Sunday, except I'm speaking somewhere else, I spend with the family. And then I may not be in the same category as most people here. Because if you send me a box too, I don't be looking too much, I have somebody to bounce it off. And then that way, I connect with my family very well. And I spend enough time at home. And I have the office also from home. So I can go downstairs and go to the office anytime.
The office can come and meet you at home. So it's a different, ball game entirely when it comes to everybody.
Awesome. One more person, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. All right, now, so ladies and gentlemen, this is still the mid-year workplace training, 65th edition, project person by Technical Consults. And it's been an amazing deal. Like I said, for sessions there with Dr. Felix speaking to us about I'm glad you're looking sharp today because I don't find it so easy talking about expensive. So Dr. Felix sounds very exactly game. Dr. Philip, Dr. Ayer, and of course, Dr. Wisdom. John enter. Larry, this is also like it. Check on it. Exactly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce an inspirational powerhouse ready to elevate our next session. He's recognized as one of Africa's foremost leadership strategists, performance consultant, and transformative keynote speakers. With over 20 years of hands-on experience, he has partnered with CEOs, C-suite executives, and business leaders to re-engineer organizations and supercharge results. As the CEO of the Fifth Year Plus Consulting, his expertise spans leadership transformation, strategic business growth, executive coaching, and professional change management. All areas where his clients have achieved up to 330% growth. His signature MACE framework and the renowned Senior Leadership is now continuing to inspire breakthrough leadership across the institute. He's a sought-after voice on stage. He delivers more than 100 powerful speeches annually for top-tier brands. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me the stage titan, Dr. V. Addison. Please allow me to
Thank you. It's probably going to be a short time I'm going to have with you. And I counted the pleasure to be here. And Philip, thank you. Oh, sorry, Dr. Philip. Thank you for being here and for having me here. Sorry, and it's a great pleasure to have wisdom. I know I've seen you before. I'm not sure about you, but it could be you've been around me before. Thank you also for coming. And then the gentleman here. So I would just like to share some thoughts with us. And I like the perspective that you came from. Too many times you just, I've taught a lot of things that I've been thrown at us without even thinking. They always talk about it's okay. Are people doing very well? Yeah. You are not working. We just take everything, time management, everything. Some people tell you energy management. So whichever way you go, just make sure you're versed enough to know what works for you. Because sometimes you say, somebody saying, I became, you invest in real estate. We have people who have not invested in real estate and are doing billions. They did the Telegram guy, he doesn't have any real estate, but he has his billion. Some people say invest in stocks. Some people have done stocks and then they are out of business. So because somebody did something that worked for them does not necessarily mean that it will work for you. So you have to do your own research and know how it fits into your own situation. Like when you ask me the question, now if you now want to, if I came in here and I answered the question somehow, and you now say, okay, let me just do what me and this one is doing, it's a different ballgame entirely. Because I have to explain to you the kind of resources I have to make sure that I do not work again. I have tremendous resources. Because I know that my work as a CEO is not to do the job. So whenever the job comes, there are people that are lined up behind me that can do the job. I mean, some of them my staff, some of them my prodigies, I mean, they are spread all around. I called Philip several times to do 1 or 2 things for me in Abuja. When I get to Katrina, I have a Elijah Mama that I can call to do 1 or 2 things for me. If I get to anywhere in the city, anywhere in the world that I travel to, there's somebody there who's ready to do 1 or 2 things for me. So if you now use my few minutes that I will spend with you here and share some principles with you, I say, no, you want to go zombiciously. You know what I mean by zombiciously? According to what I'm going to share, it may be counterproductive for you. So you have to look at where you are right now and look at where you're going. I was in a church one time and a pastor was preaching. It's a pastor you guys know very well, but I won't mention his name.
And then I got so disgusted about the preaching anyway. Because he was saying that he went somewhere and they wanted to give him money. I mean, he preached to outside the country, they wanted to give him money, he didn't take it. And then people were clapping, and I was wondering why. It is called an honorarium. You have finished preaching, collect the money. But he said, no, I didn't collect it. And he was trying to say something about integrity. I don't see how integrity fits into that. Now, the next question I was asking is that the people were sitting were aside because I got so disgusted. I said, no, no. It's so easy for him to say that now. They should tell us 25 years ago or 30 years ago when he didn't have multiple services and he's not stable, and I mean financially stable. Will you have collected that money? Oh, definitely. It would have told you that a laborer is worth of his wages at that point in time. So what I'm trying to say is that sometimes you need to look at all these things and know how to go about it. Now, media workforce training. I'll be sharing some few thoughts. Some few thoughts with us. I'm sure, forgive my voice. I've been battling with some cold lately. I don't know. It was when I got to Abuja, I got into. I was infected by the Abuja people. You know, you always get it manifests about after 2 weeks. I probably brought it from Lagos. Probably I will leave it here. No. So I just want to share some few thoughts with us, and then to help us to become more of a performer. And in life, unless you perform, even if you get promoted, it's a setup for you. You may do politics, you may do all those things, and you get promoted, it's a setup. Because after a while, it will show, and the guy who promoted you may not be able to do anything about you, or may be able to, he will be regretting it one way or the other, especially when the business is failing. And then what I'm about to share with you some couple of minutes is to let you perform in season and out of season. You know, sometimes you have an off day and you have an on day. You have a situation where off season and on season. You understand what I'm talking about? But this, what I'm about to share with you, gives you that opportunity to be able to go in and out of season, and then you are still performing at the place of work. I've been in business now for 20 years. 20 years. I mean, it's not, when you don't do it, you're working, especially in this Nigeria. And I think I was telling some guys who came to have breakfast with me in my hotel room, was it yesterday, one of the days. And I was telling them that one of my greatest achievements is that the 20 years gave me the opportunity to pay salaries 240 times. And I was very happy that I was able to do the salaries without failing 237 times. That's the greatest achievement I've done so far. I only missed paying salary in 3 months. Scattered within this 240 beautiful time that I have. And in that situation, I'm looking forward to paying salaries. It's not always easy. And at every point in time, we have an average, let's just say 7 staff every year or every month that we pay salaries to. Average. Right now we have 11. And probably in our starting period, we have about 5. But averagely, we have about 7 people that we pay salaries. That's a great achievement. That's what I think. It's not about the number of amount that have got in and everything. But the question is that how come you've been able to stay relevant in season and out of season? How come, you know, as an employee, I'm also an employee. Because by the time I get into the offices of my clients, I become their employee. And I must show my worth, or else they show me the door. And I remember I used to tell my guys when we're working for Etisalat, I mean, Etisalat did so well for us, you know, Etisalat, not 9-mover. I know you guys don't like 9-mover right now because of the epileptic network. But Etisalat had a fantastic time with them. And we're able to achieve a lot of things. But one thing that I kept telling my guys is that don't let us deceive ourselves that maybe you are the best speaker in Nigeria. Don't ever think like that. But our job is to ensure that Etisalat does not try any other person. Did you get that? I mean, we should do our job very well. We should exceed Etisalat's expectations that they would not even be thinking about changing us. So that's the mentality also you should bring to your work as an employee. That I should do my work to the point that my boss or the board or wherever they are not even thinking about it, it's not even crossing their mind. So you will say, okay, do I need to change this person or do I need to move this person away from where he's making a lot of impact and moving somewhere else that is not making a lot of impact? I'm going to get on that. That should be your goal. And that was our goal. And then to God be the glory, we were not changed. We were not changed, and then we were there for like almost 6 years. And then probably that made me probably the highest paid speaker in Nigeria. You can put motivation before the speaker. Because when you're being paid a particular amount for 15 times in a year, for almost 6 years, then you know that there's hardly anybody in your country that has that kind of income generation from just speaking. It's one thing for you to get paid 2 million in a year or over a speaking engagement those times. Or for you to be paid, okay, let me just say it. I finished spending the money anyway. It's a long time. For you to be paid 1.4 million naira right from 2018 for every time you stand on the stage. 1.375, just approximated 1.375. Every time you appear on the stage, as far back as 2011, 15 times in a year, over 6 times. There's hardly a public speaker or a motivational speaker that is earning that kind of a money. So that gives me the toga of saying that I probably was the highest paid speaker in Nigeria at that time. I don't know about now, but at that time. So how are we able to keep that consistency going on? I'm going to share some few thoughts with you because I have another place to be at to deal with some things. Now, this is what I call the secret of success. What's happening here? Okay, sorry. This is where I want to go. Let's start with this. It's called the individual competitiveness formula. For you to stay relevant, for you to stay competitive, you must understand this. You must understand the formula, you must embrace the formula, and then you must be able to walk around the formula. That's so simple. You have the slide, you can have the little have the slide. Is what do you know? What you know, plus how you express what you know. Multiplied by who you know and who knows you. And not just that, it's also amplified by what you are known for and how much you are loved and trusted. Hello? Hello? Are we together here? Yes. Sorry, talk to me guys. Are we together here? Yes. Now, you can see that if you stop at just who you know and who knows you, it's good. But then that's not great. You must be known for something. And then even if you are known for something, I must love you and I must trust you. So that's the game, emotional game, that what we call EBA. You know, okay, EBA. Emotional bank account. Probably you can write that down before I leave, I can teach that. Or Philip will do that if you have not already done that. No, yeah, look, so is that part of your slides? Okay, good. You can, in case I miss it, ask Philip to do that. Now let's start what you know. What you know. Quickly. What you know. What do you know? What do you know? How vast is your knowledge? There's something we call the breadth and the depth of knowledge. The depth of knowledge is knowing everything about something, and the breadth of knowledge is knowing something about everything. Very simple. Now, whatever you're doing, whatever you're trading, whatever your craft is, you must know everything about that thing. Now, do I know everything about leadership? No, I don't. But I try as much as possible to know everything about leadership. That is why in one of my handles, anything that drops on the internet on leadership is being sent to my email. Now, most of them are junk, but some of them are very vital. Because I don't want a situation when I'm teaching leadership somewhere, and I'm teaching a theory, and somebody is telling me the theory is about 2 years old, or 3 years old. Then that means I'm not correct. So I need to catch up with every new theory when it comes to leadership. And that's the depth of my knowledge. I must be deep in the spirit I am doing. I must be deep. Don't worry, you can accommodate that. Don't worry, just please here. Many of us have children, let's go. I must be deep in my craft. So, how do you get deep in your craft? You have to make sure you know the kind of people that you're following. Most of the things I teach today, most of them I got them from probably a reel. If I show you my reel, I mean, whenever I'm on the internet and or probably on Instagram, and something drops for 1 minute or less than that, I send it to another of my accounts. Look, if I give you the send reels to my other account, if you sit down with it, I will go through those videos for 1 day, you will become an outstanding person. I can bet you on that. I can bet you on that. And sometimes when I have a speaker's block, or when I'm not creativity block, I just go to my Instagram page and I go to where I send all those things and I go through those talks. And then before that, when it comes up. So the question is that for you to be deep in your knowledge, who are you following? Who are you following online? Are you part of any of the association? You're into engineering. Are you part of the association of engineering? Are you following them? Because there will be articles dropped in those conversations right there that you need to be aware of. There will be a memo from Nigeria that are saying that probably you need to get an additional certificate that you're not even aware of. But because you are in that WhatsApp group or because you are following those kind of people online, you will get to know those things. I wish to get them. I wish to get them. Or like the popular guy in Abuja now, Apostle. Are you learning something? Are you learning something? Is that what you say? That's what you say. Yeah, that's what you say. Are you learning something? In Lagos, they are in Christo, sorry, not Christo quoting. But let's move my head. Just make me laugh so that you don't get so serious. So that's the depth of knowledge. Depth of knowledge also determines the kind of people you flock with, the kind of people you hang around, the kind of people you have as mentors. Because sometimes, sometimes some of the reason why some of us are not where we want to be right now because we don't have those advantage of what we call the privileged information. There's an advantage that you get from privileged information. And you only get privileged information from privileged access, privileged associations. And that's why you must go for it, you must know it. And then when we talk about the breadth of knowledge, that means, you know what, I'm not a lawyer, but I should not be talking with a lawyer, and I don't have anything to contribute. I don't have to know everything about law, the quick planted solo city, or I mean, every professional has their own jargon language and everything like that. And then, what's your name again? Sorry. Huh? Ayo. When Ayo comes here, start telling us about algorithm and all those things, how you connect. I mean, one of my staff really bullied me without word algorithm. I can never forget. To the point that I had to do one of my conferences. I said, leadership algorithm. And when we're talking in the office, like I would say, no, the algorithm does not support that. And you see, I have a weakness, but I have a strength. Don't even call it a weakness. I have a strength. Once I consider you as an expert in an area, your word is almost law to me. I will always bow to your suggestion. So anything algorithm does not support. Algorithm does not support. I have to go and study this algorithm. Okay, calm down. That algorithm does not support that. The algorithm must support it. What I'm trying to say is that, you see, sometimes when you're talking with someone who's IT inclined and everything, if you don't know some few things about people, this AI that is now coming, that there is a super AI and then, general AI, and then you just be there and they're talking, and then once they start talking and you don't have any contributions to make, you realize that your confidence will drop. And then once your confidence drops, your communication, the word that you speak, doesn't carry the kind of energy that you want it to carry. And then sometimes the things that you said to us that we felt that was knowledgeable, you say it in that safeguard rate, or because your confidence level has dropped, your energy level has dropped, it is not received the way we received it at that gathering. So you can't afford that. That is why you need to know something about everything. How dare you stand before your doctor and your doctor is speaking all the things trying to get your attention, and you don't even have any sensible question to ask. Why must I use this drug? This drug looks like the one that will be making people scratch their body and everything like that. Every conversation shows that you are knowledgeable. Are we together here? Are you learning something else? So that's very important. That's the breadth of knowledge. There should be no conversation on any subject at all that you're not aware of. And that's the first side of, I'm not in trouble, I'm serious. I'm enjoying this. Now that's the first side of knowledge, the breadth and the depth of knowledge. And there's the other side of knowledge that I would like to talk about, which is knowledge of you, and then knowledge of yours. Knowledge of you and knowledge of yours. Knowledge of you talks about the knowledge, your psychological makeup. Your psychological makeup. Knowledge of you talks about your the psychometric analysis of you. You must know your strengths and your weaknesses. I know my strengths and I know my weaknesses. I will never play to my weakness. Never, not in any gathering. If everything is going towards my weakness in a gathering, I am out of the space because I know my weakness. I cannot display my weakness publicly. So when you see me being interviewed by any interviewer, and you see that I'm not answering the question that they are asking, it is deliberate. Because I know that if I venture into that area, they are going to take me to the area of my weakness. So there is nothing at all. What they are asking and what I'm answering does not connect at all. If you think I'm not intelligent, it's because you don't understand what I'm talking about. They will ask a question and so journalists can twist it, they twist it again and everything. But because I know you're trying to move me to an area that if I play there, I will be lost and then you will win. But I need to dominate the place. They're asking you a question and you're talking about your achievements. We've been nice, we've done this, we've done that. But sir, but people are saying this. 2 years ago, we're in national and doing what we need to do to make your life change. They're talking about something that is personal. You're talking about the things that you're doing because you don't want to get there. You must know your strength. You must know your weakness. And the guys who are going to dominate sometimes, when they now start making friends with people who can give them strength in the area of their weaknesses. Did you get that? Yeah. They give them strength in the area of their weaknesses. That is because you have the knowledge of you. I said earlier, some people, because somebody does not take coke, so they don't take coke. And then you've seen some people who took coke and they still live long. And because they don't understand who they are. And somebody, people say that I eat Panania morning, evening, and night. Probably the body has been used to that Panania. I have a man, in my hometown, he's still the longest living elderly man we have in our compound, in our streets. We call him Baba Jebu. My father has died, my mother has died. Every elderly person on that street has died. This man refused to die. But guess what? He will eat ever in the morning, afternoon, and night. At 90 something, no BP. No BP, no diabetes. I think, just told my father, I'm taking him to just check everything about him. There will be some, eat Eba. He loves Eba so much. You give him rice, he will refuse rice. Give me Eba. Like the woman, you know something about the one Eba. The man is still there. Whenever I read, I see him. He probably is, especially on my friends, that he sees me and say, this guy is happy to see me, but I'm surprised that he's still alive. But what am I trying to say here? You must understand your psychological makeup. And it's your job to know that. Because I wait late at night, doesn't mean you can wait late at night and get the same result that I get. You may be a dear person. So are you trying to tackle your most difficult assignment when you're not at your optimal capacity? Simple, common sense logic that most people don't pay attention to. Because he likes to read at night, and he stays late at night, doesn't mean I should stay late at night if I don't understand my own psychological makeup. And And then there's the other one that is called the knowledge of yours. The knowledge of your environment. The knowledge of your company. The knowledge of your colleagues. Because you know what? Your colleagues may be different from my colleagues. Your environment may be different from my environment. The leadership that is ruling or the leadership that is reigning in your organization will be different from the leadership that we have in our own organization. So because I said I spoke somehow and then they listen to me does not mean that they will listen to you if you speak the same way. So it is your job to now understand your environment. The way you do business in Lagos is different from the way you do business in Abuja. And it could be different from the way you do business in Ibadan. Yeah. I mean, when we're doing the Tisala stuff, I was going around the universities and teaching of the spirit of entrepreneurship, the spirit of enterprise. So we're going there, we're teaching people how to be entrepreneurs. Enterprise, you know, we're going. No. When I got to Aba, I said, this thing will not work here. They teach people how to do business. When they are doing business in their mother's home. Aba. It was about Polytechnic in Aba, and Abia in Aba. You want to teach them. I mean, they already have the spirit. So what does that mean? Is that the way I approach the topic is way different from the way I approach the topic in Nasarawa. Because my environment changed. And then for me to be able to pass my message across effectively, I must respect the situation at hand. So because you were the high flyer where you were coming from before, you need to also look at where you're going and figure it out very well. And see, what do I need to tweak? What do I need to change? What do I need to adjust? Because it's a different ballgame entirely right there. That's why so many couples, so many homes are breaking now after a gap up. Have you noticed? Because the way you do marriage in Nigeria is different from the way you do marriage in those places. But let's read that. Knowledge of yours. You must understand your environment. Let's move on to the next one, which is how you express it. How you express it. After knowing so much, after acquiring the knowledge, how you express it is very important. Why? Because you know what? If you know, right now I'm looking at all of you. I don't even know how much you know. I could just be guessing and assuming. And then I could assume that you know so much, but you may know more than I assume that you know. But that is in your world. You know more than I'm assuming that you know. That's in your world. It's not in my world. So if your check is in my world, you don't get it. You only get the check that is commensurate with what I perceive that you know. You understand what I'm talking about here? So if your contract is in my world, you only get the contract based on what I perceive that you know. So it is now your job to express to me that you know more than I perceive that you know. And this is one of the reasons why most of us don't get promoted. Because your promotion is in the hands of someone. And most of the time our promotions are not objective, they are subjective to the whims and emotions of the man that will analyze or evaluate the appraiser. But here you are, you have done a course online, but you did not know. Or you sent us the certificate. Oh, we looked at the certificate, and after a while we forgot. After 2-3 weeks, we put it in your file, but we forgot. But here we were talking about, you have a certificate of project management, Prince 2, or whatever you guys call it. You just got that. But here we are talking at the program, at the meeting. And then we're talking about project. And then you can't chip it in. You need to chip it in. So according to one of the things that we were taught in project management class, that we need to do this, we need to do that, we need to do that. And I, why did you do that? 2 weeks ago, yeah, interesting. You know what? You're telling us that we I have more knowledge than you guys can perceive I have. That is you selling yourself. Oh, you know you have to market yourself. You know market. I mean, we've heard a lot of definition about marketing, but the best definition about so much about marketing is managing perception. Yeah, your marketing is managing people's perception. And you must be able to manage people's perception about you. It is a great danger for you to allow people build up a perception about you that you don't have control about. It's a great thing. You can't allow that. As much as you can, you have to let them know how you want them to be treating you. That's why your dressing to the office is not just a casual thing, it's an intentional thing. To be able to dictate to them what you want them to, how you want them to address you. You know, I have a friend, I won't mention his name. Whenever they invite me to a particular city, so many years back, they'll put me in a particular hotel, and I don't like it. So, and because I have respect for the family, they have a very strong name. Because I have respect for the family, I can't just bring out my naughty knee attitude. You know I have one. Okay, you probably don't know. I'm going to my good side. I don't know whether you're saying my naughty knee attitude. So, all of a sudden, when I was now in the city, at the kind of hotel that I would like to stay, that I stayed, I paid for the hotel. So, my friend said we should have dinner in this. I said, no, you should have it in the hotel. So he came to the hotel, we sat down together, and then we're eating and everything. I'm like, I saw him outside here. I'm going to my room. Yeah. And I saw how beautiful it was. So the next time he invited me, you understand what I'm talking about? Yeah. You know, the one that will determine how people relate with you. Yeah. But if you give that to chance, will relate to you anyhow. Will relate to you anyhow. So, how do you express yourself? Quickly, 3 things. I pray I'll be able to explain it. 3 things quickly. Are we together? One. Are we together? Are we together? Are you learning something? Are you learning something? Are you learning something? So, how do you express it? 3 things. 1, through confidence. You express what you know confidently. You express it through communication, and then creativity. Confidence, communication, and creativity. Now, I can't go deep into this, but one thing about it, or one thing about life that I realized is that once you build your confidence, there's hardly anything that you can do. There's hardly anything you can do. Even sometimes when you do something and you don't do it well, because the level of your confidence, people will help you explain it away. I'm telling you. They will say, no, the one-off thing, the one-off thing. You know, I did something, I think I mentioned, I had an off day. An off day was a woeful, disastrous speech ever in my life. When I was speaking like that, there's a particular one I delivered that I was praying that the earth would just open up and then just swallow me because it is very too much. This one, it was so bad that I knew was bad. And everybody knew it was bad. But the MD of Etisalat came to meet me. I was going to talk to him because we were flying together from that station back to Lagos. I was going to talk to him that, Steve, you know what, this thing was not too good, but I'm going to give you a compensating slot that I don't have to charge. You guys don't have to pay me. Remember, I don't want them to test any other person. Remember. So I was going to do that. So as I was going to say that, thank God I didn't speak first. Say, nee, I apologize. What's he talking about? I apologize. They gave me the wrong slot. And I'm going to deal with them when I get to Lagos. They gave me towards the end. And they were doing wrong. This is a white guy. We're doing rubbish and everything. They gave me I apologize on their behalf. Sorry about that, I just kept quiet. That's the level of confidence. I was so confident in the fact that I won't meet him and tell him that, look, I know I didn't do very well. I'm going to compensate for that. That's the power of confidence. And then for you to be confident,
Stop it by the time, sir.
Huh?
Stop it by the time.
Is that?
Stop it by the time.
I have to. There's nobody that flew me to Just go. Sorry. It will determine how long I'll stay here. Don't call me, don't call me, don't call me. So, things that you need to do to develop your confidence level. Now, know that your confidence level is tied to your self-esteem. Whatever affects your esteem affects your confidence level. That's why you can't afford to just be around anybody or any place that makes you feel lesser than you are. You need to be around people that make you feel bigger than you are. Their words of inspiration is uplifting, not demoralizing. You need to be around those places. You need to be in the circle. Very important, because whatever affects your self-esteem affects your confidence level. Take that from me. So the way I feel is very important. And there are 5 things. 5 levels that you must cross to have a good confidence and to take care of your self-esteem. Number 1 is the intellectual model. We talked about that. I won't talk about it. And what you know, you must know stuff. You must know stuff. You don't know stuff, you know, it will affect you. By the time you talk about stuff, I can't even make a contribution. Just realize that your English that was very well polished before start to break. That's what we call broken English. So intellectual order and then psychological order. Psychological order. And psychology also talks about your mental state. That's when you begin to talk to yourself. This is where interpersonal communications comes in intra. Talking to yourself. See, when you tell yourself it's more powerful than what we tell you. That's why it's called self-esteem, not people esteem. Oh, have you noticed that? It is self, not people. If you wait for us to build your self-esteem, you're gone. So it's yourself, it's your job. So intrapersonal communication is absolutely important. So whatever you tell yourself when you look into the mirror is what actually is the reality, not what anybody is saying around you. Did you get that? What anybody is saying around you, when you look into the mirror, see, nobody is actually ugly until you look into the mirror. It doesn't matter what to tell you whether you're ugly or not. But by the time you now look into the mirror, you don't confirm what you're saying. That is when it actually becomes ugly. Did you get that? By the time you look at it, I know. I don't know why it didn't change me. Then my time is up. Why no? I don't want. Let me just do like 5-10 minutes more. Is that okay? Huh? 5-10 minutes, quickly. So I have to do some microwave things. So that's psychological order. Then you have spiritual order. You can get that from your pastor or your mosque. You need to realize that sometimes principle fails. And the Bible says, because of the Christian, the Bible says that when you ask the problem, Lord, please lead me to the road and desire. There's a place for that. There's a place for worship, but means of your confidence level. And then you have philosophical order. Philosophical order. That means the vision that you have, the dreams that you have. This saves you from comparing yourself with other people. Doesn't matter what people are trying, what is driving you from the inside. That's more important to you. So don't get into that rat race when all of us begin to run after something that we can never catch. You run after the dream. So whatever you're achieving does not affect you. Whatever you buy does not affect you. Because I know why I am working in this office. You may be spending your money, you may be saving my money. So there are 2 different things. You understand? The last one there is the physique. You're sick. And physique talks about your dresses. Let me just put it out. Who's dressed well? Let me give you a clue. If you have someone that is the CEO of the organization, and you know that they dress well, copy their dressing. Copy their dressing. You don't need to just dress like them. You wear white shirts, try to buy multiple white shirts. You wear no, I'm just dressed like that. Before you was out there, the like will be they will call them, and people go to the deep will attract like. And then we use it as an example over the. And there's something when it comes to dressing up like called psychology. You must understand it, type it and go and sorry. They type it. You type everything, write it, type it. I'm going to study it. You can't be working with MTN and you are not wearing green in the office. Why? Why? Sometimes, you see, you'll be making sense and it doesn't connect with the CEO. A young guy came to me so many years back. He said he was going for an interview. I said, well, the guy waited for 4 hours. I didn't know. I just came out of my office. I said, okay, good. What's up? He said, I'm going for an interview. I said, where? He said, no bottom. I said, do you have a printer? I said, you're right, and I left it. I didn't know I said that. I didn't even know what I said. I know I said, you know, that's something that come out of your subconscious mind. Do you have a printer? I said, yes. Where? The guy said it was 9 minutes. So that I waited 4 hours just to hear the tone of type he went. But thank God he listened. I didn't know all this stuff. He came back to tell me what happened. It was just a passing flash moment. That's why one of the things we're teaching at my leadership bootcamp is leadership epiphany. You must be able to build that. You must be able to depend on your subconsciousness to be able to supply you something, but have you fed that subconscious mind? Sometimes you see something that doesn't even make sense. A lawyer came to meet me sometime in church and told me that a lawyer and my brother was arrested for murder case. I said, tomorrow they will be listening. He said, he stood aside and said, this pastor sometimes they are stupid. Because you should know very well that murder cases don't have bail. That's what he said. I didn't even know what I said. I didn't even know the law. I just said what I said. And he went to the court the next day and they bailed his brother. And he was the one like coming to tell me, you know, when you said that, I said you were stupid. So this guy came back and they said, you know what? When I got to the interview, the conversation was about my time. For 5 minutes, he got the job. He got the job. He was telling me. It was when he was telling about that, and yeah. If you wore a red tie or a yellow tie to Globacom, you will be making all the sense. You will never connect with them. Because you see, that yellow color has been used to harass, intimidate, curse them, and they told them, you guys are stupid. Can't you see what MTN is doing? You are just sitting out there. And then they have connected pink to yellow. And then you now want yellow. You want yellow. So, psychology. You need to understand. He said, you need to dress well. You know when you dress well, you feel good. But it's like it's outside, it's not inside. Is that where you start from? The physique is a booster, it's not a source of your confidence. The booster of confidence, not the source. You know, there are two different things. So you can't label more on the booster as the major element. The other four are sources. But the fifth one is the booster. Are we together? So are you learning something? Are you learning something? And then the next one is, yeah, good. Creativity and communication. Creativity. Yeah, creativity and communication must learn how to talk very well. And so let me just give you a good trick when it comes to creativity. Hang around creative people. Hang around creative people. Hang around creative people. That's the only thing I can share with you here. Hang around creative people. I believe that you're creative. I know they told you you're not creative, but believe it first. Just believe it. Just tell people, I know I'm creative. So you go well. Just keep saying it. And hang around creative people. I tell you, creativity is contagious. Take that from me, it's contagious. That's why I would do anything to hang around creative people. That's why I would do anything to bring creative people around me. That's how I'll put them. Sometimes I fly them out of the country when I have a program. They are not doing anything. They are going to be sleeping in free hotel, business class loan. Their room probably will be beside my room. And all we do is that an idea comes, I bounce it off them, and then they expand it for you. You need creative people around you. And then communication, you must know how to talk. Eh? Look, when you are making presentation, you allow somebody else to do the presentation, you are an endangered person. And then say, no, I have gathered the information. I have gathered the information. That's a terrible thing to do. The only time you remember somebody who gathered the information is when the presentation goes by. That's the good thing. Why did you get the information from? They not point to you. But when the thing is going well, and then, yeah, that's a good presentation. You will never say, no, it's one that came. You say, thank you very much, sir. And then here you'll be fuming inside. Hey, you get bored. Don't you imagine? It's me that really bring gather the whole thing. The only time we remember when you that gather is when the whole thing goes wrong. So you must learn how to communicate very well. Now this is where the magic is. This is where the magic starts. This is where the magic starts. When you look at this, plus and multiplication. That is arithmetic progression. This is geometric progression. The only time, if you don't understand this, the only time we are mates is when we are dealing with 2 and 2. While your 2 plus 2 is 4, my 2 times 2 is also 4. But after that, you can't count me anything. When your 4 and 4 is 8, my own 4 and 4 is 16. And you get angry, you put your 8 and 8 together at your own third level to get my own second level. By the time I put my own 16 and 16 together, we're not there. So what am I trying to say here? Whatever you know, I don't even bloody care what you express it. The people you know and the one who knows you helps you to amplify what you know. That's why your social skills must be impeccable. Your social skills must be impeccable. You must know how to connect with people. You must know how to be in some circles. You must know how to be in some programs. There's some people say, why do we go to a program? What do they want to tell us that we don't know? I'm sorry for you. Most of us sometimes don't go for what to tell, what they're going to do. We don't go for content and programs. We go for connections. Networking. Your net worth is determined by your net worth. No, your network. Your net worth is determined by your network. You must build quality relationship. Anything, any association that governs your, what's it called, your career path, you must be part of that. And you must engage the association. Any friendship that can increase your creativity, you must engage those friendships. Simple truths. The best guy does not get the first corner of it, and does not get the best piece of the pie. He's the best guy with the best connection against it. Life is never fair, and life will never be fair until you get to that point. But it's the guy that knows how to connect well with people that will get the opportunities that is available for free. You know, opportunities are not many. If it is many, it's not more opportunity. Just there. So, what is your social skills about? How do you engage people? And that's why you don't just need this meeting right now, or this gathering without meeting almost everybody here. You never can tell what's the meeting you are, and the person you're meeting here can do to you in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. You never can tell. And this is where you begin to build your ever currency. Ever. Let me quickly teach you that. This week has not moved forward. That means that we have for 2, 3 minutes. Have I done the 10 minutes already? Not that much. Oh, Ever, quickly, write it down, quickly. Ever means emotional bank account. E, emotion, B, bank, A, account. So any man you meet, any woman you meet, that your face and your name registers with the person, you open an account in the person's emotional bank. So how does it work? Anything you do to me that stirs up my emotions negatively, you make withdrawals. Anything you do to me that stirs up my emotions positively, you make deposits in your account in my emotional bank. In other words, you don't have the right to tell me whether you want to open an account for me in your emotional bank or not. As long as my name registers with you and my face registers with you, I open an account immediately, with your consent or not with your consent. So you have it there. So anything I do to you that stirs up your emotions positively, I'm making deposits. Anything I do that stirs up your emotions negatively, I'm making withdrawals. I backbite, I'm making withdrawals. I say good things about you, I'm making deposits. You know what that means? That means before you ask for a favor, you need to get your bank account and see that this check you're about to write, you know, when you're asking for favor, you're making withdrawal. Do I have enough emotional deposit in there to be able to ask for it? That's why most of us get no. But some people are smart who know that, okay, I've not done anything lately, so I can't be asking now. So let me make some deposits, send some gifts, say hello, greet them. Not that you have not spoken to me in 2 years and now call me for help. You never get it, or you may never get it. It depends on how much of deposits that you have in your account. So everybody deserves a labor, and you also deserve a labor. And you're able to give it to your bosses. One thing that you do for your boss and yourself, that what you've learned today, if it's not what you've learned over this whole day today, is if it really makes sense to you, what you can do is to get a complimentary card right there, thanking them for the things that you've learned. If possible, let it go with the gift. Say, no, the small amount you are paying me, that's why you're still where you are. With the small amount you're paying me, get a gift. It does not matter how expensive the gift is, it's the routine behind the gift. They will appreciate the card that you are sending along with the gift more than the gift that is coming along with the card. That is a fact. And then don't stop giving those things. Appreciate it. Actually, like these are numbers where I'm working, I know. But you never can tell where you will be and those people will be sitting at the table. Or you go somewhere and they know you hear, and now your nose feeling more, and I want to bridge with you. I wish I didn't want to bridge with you. I would have asked you to keep me in recommendation because I can see you at that spot. Don't burn bridges. Always try as much as possible to give ever. God bless you. And the other one, the rest of you will engage with you. Thank you for your time. Okay, okay. So any camera that just take it. So everybody stand up. So we don't shout ever. Yeah. All right. It's a video, right? Okay. 1, 2, 3, go! All right, thank you. All right, now.
Yes, the standard is stated, ladies and gentlemen. One of the very insightful sessions that we just had with Dr. Lee, the session filled with depth, insight, and leadership gems. I know our minds has been full, and it's about time to get our stomach full. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Seems it's so much fun. Do you agree with me? Great. So that's a very simple strategy. Those of us who agreed to do the artificial intelligence breakout session, you quickly stand. Yes. Artificial intelligence session, just quickly stand. Yes, don't stand. What's your question? Go ahead. No, it's not my fault. So we start if we give up choose. So we don't have a choose for both the attending the sessions. So it's really not, yes, exactly. So that's something that's actually please just stand and see that lady standing by the door. Just go along with her. As we get along with her, we look at the back of the and pray. So if you just so that lady standing by the door. Yes, let's just stand and go with lady standing by the door. As you're going out, you're going to get the pack of food. And those of us in here, we're going to be here with Mr. Issel to receive public branding, while Mr. Ayo will join for the other training for artificial intelligence. Yeah. And you can do it remotely.
Oh, shit.
All right. You all chose public branding to the end. Sorry, what's your name, sir? James. James. You all chose public branding. Why you guys not talking this one challenge? You all chose public branding. You get the food now. Everybody.
All right, so next session. What you going to when you train in action, just like an example, sorry, I haven't learned, so 1 hour. You gave it. Ah, when did you come? No. No, no. I knew going before. That reminds you. I was standing by the elevator when before you walked up and you told me I know you. And so when do you want to meet us?
Get this
Yeah.
from one time.
Are you serious? Yes, I did. You're not good.
Please, if I can have the gentleman put slides. Please, you permit me to sit. I don't think I was in for long anyways. Thank you. I feel cheated watching people eat. And I don't know how comfortable it will be, but maybe I can give you 5-10 minutes to finish eating. Is that fine? Me? Don't worry. Right. Thank you so much. That's so thoughtful of you. But I'm good. So we're giving ourselves a couple of minutes to just finish it.
Need water. Water. What needs water? Okay, you want water. I think water. Não, não mexe assim, não mexe. Isso aí não dá. Didn't water. Any crack chicken? That's like it's very so no problem. But I should think this together for so while. So someone was asking me how we will get the slide of Dr. Lee's session. So basically we have all the things in database. So you can still use to pass and come out of the slides in your email box. So just to check your email boxes. Thank you. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So it's this big HPG rock because these guys are already fighting in their secondary. Yeah, I have to so let's talk this so that Mr. Own can do his time. His time is not much with you guys. I got pregnant since what is it? So, quick one, guys. Did you come with person inside this shop and continue? The thing like Gloria is going to keep us on that. So, yeah, I know transport. Precious, can you pause? Can you pause your phone? I think I can you Lisa, I don't pause. I don't need one. You don't need you concentrate to people. This one already post already. So I'm to go so let me go get into you will try and go the department will try again. Okay. You go get that salad I'm showing. Friend like with some friend. Pack your food, pack. Pack
pack your food, pack it. Let me go get it.
All right, round of applause for your tutor, Mr. Wisdom. Great.
We just talk us about it. We have been in blood in the South. About without soup. Thank you. Oh my, so I need to decide whether I'm sitting or standing, right? I'll stand. So I don't stress. So now that you people are sitting, are you fine? Okay. So I made slides to discuss with you. I'm going to try to use the slides for the purpose of so that I can deposit into your emotional bank account, right? But in the short time that we're going to speak, I talk a lot. So I always try to get my colleagues to hold me back whenever I'm talking to people. Don't blame me, it's passion, right? But I'll try to be as concise and as simple as possible. I'm not here to teach you branding. At the end of the day, after our discussion, I'm hoping that you'll be able to make changes to both your organization and your careers. I want everybody here to grow. And the power to grow is in your hands, not your employer. I've been looking for the opportunity to talk to employees that are not mine. And somehow, God presented this opportunity. And you are the first set of employees that I'm going to be talking to that are not on my payroll about the things I'm going to be talking to. My colleagues hear it all the time, but I feel like they've grown so used to hearing it. But the truth is, first truth, your job is not your source of creating wealth. You know this and you accept it. You are halfway there. If you're expecting your job to help you create wealth, you will be shocked. The only time that a job can create wealth is when you have moved from a technician to an owner. So that means in my business now, Joe is COO. And he's not just COO and he's on the salary. He's on the salary, and at the end of the year, when we declare profit, I will tell him, take your share. If you don't do that, no job can create wealth for you. But any CEO that you see, and you see that on Instagram, right? CEO of Apple, CEO of Microsoft, what you don't realize is they are that rich because of stock options. They own a sizable amount of stocks in those companies. You own stocks in any company, you'll be rich, as long as the company is rich. But what I want to share with us is the brand called you becoming a powerful brand ambassador within the organization. Again, my name is Wisdom. I'm a marketing consultant. I work in a marketing and advertising agency. And in summary, I help people and businesses make more money. I say more money because they have to already have the making money. Then I'll help you make more. Does that make sense? Yeah. What we're going to be learning is I'll help you understand the meaning and importance of corporate branding. I'll just run through these slides because after sitting and listening to us in the room, I feel like my discourse will change, right?
to something that focuses more on you. But because I was brought here by Mr. Philip, I'm going to do what he asked me to do here. We're going to show how employee behavior and communication influences perception. I think Lynn spoke about that. Equip employees with tools to appeal for their organization and connect personal career goals with proactive activities. The next truth I'm going to say establishes what Joe said. If you think that it's not my business, so I'll not do it anyhow, you are doing yourself a great service. It is one of the disadvantages we have in this part of the world. Poor work ethics, right? So we think that when I start my business, I'll take it serious and then I will grow. Your brain cannot differentiate between what is yours and what is another person. It sees it as the same thing, which is work. So if you go late to work now, when you start your business, you will go later because that one, there's nobody that is holding you accountable. Does that make sense? But then what is a brand? I get to simple. A brand is a name with a promise. What's your name? Kosi. So I get into this room and there are so many people, right? And then there's Kosi. And there's Ajuma, I think. I got that right. I can't expect the two, after interacting with two people over a period of time, right? If they say Kosi, I know what to expect from Kosi. At least Kosi is wearing a white top, right? And Ajuma is wearing a denim shirt. On the preliminary basis, it shapes expectation. So a brand is a name with a promise. Yeah, you've heard all this things. They say it's a feeling. It's what people say about you when you're not in the room. They are true. But it starts with when I hear MTN or when I hear 9-Mobile, what do I expect? As Lee also mentioned it, in the past couple of weeks, so many people that are 9-Mobile customers have developed a perception. None of us have tried to port. Funny stuff. A friend of mine went to port and there was no network to port to another network. So he's stuck with 9-Mobile. But guess what? Every morning when he wakes up, I see on his WhatsApp status, 9-Mobile, you have to be joking. And you will think that 9-Mobile is on the other side, reading the status. But guess what? He is now an ambassador from propagating negative image, negative perception about them based off of their actions, or maybe sometimes inactions. Because something has happened. You know that they came out and said, you guys, you know the way the economy is. Our cost has risen so high, and we don't want to transfer the cost to our demand. But we are struggling. Because of that, look, the network is down. Please give us some time to work on it. Do you know that this my sister will start saying, we should consider them. But in action, they've not done anything about it. It's still business as usual. When you buy airtime, it will go. But when it's time to make call, no network. So a brand is this is the simplest form of defining what a brand is. You as a person, personally, what should I expect when I come in contact with a person? That's what your brand is. And whether you like it or not, because of something called perception, everybody has it. I think Dr. Lee defined marketing as the shaping of perception, right? What do I expect when the name Kosi or what's your name? Gloria, Yusuf, what do I expect? First, your organization, you know that when there's time to do work, there are certain people that they call. Because those people have created a brand. And sometimes the brand, not sometimes, most times the brand you want to create is that I am reliable and I can get the job done. There's a consequence to it. It will give you more work. But dealing with that is separate, and I hope to touch it as people. Okay, so, but then we now understand what branding is. What is corporate branding? It's simple. It's reputation, culture, perception. It's the perception of the organization in the minds of the public. My foreign brother, what's the name of the organization? Say that again. Key to market. Key to market. Key to market. Do you know that I can't see key to market? The only thing about key to market I can see now is you. If I ask you a question about forex trading and I'm not able to answer, I'm not going to do business with key to market. Even if you are the cleaner there. Do you understand? Because I assume that, or except you're able to manage it to say, this is my own area, I can put you in touch with. So in being brand ambassadors, we must know that this business, we are responsible for it. It's like hockey. The business, we are carrying it on our head. And we always think, and I'm speaking with my right as an employer as well. What I have seen Nigerian employees do is they are more functional in toxic environments than normal environments. So when we try to be, I'll explain what I mean. When you try to be human, you take advantage of it. But then when you are toxic, what I consider toxic in other clients, you can't shout at your employee. But what I've seen people do is that they yell at them. So, look, it's not you that I'm angry at. I know that this lady, Gloria, she's growing wings. I will shout at you in a way that whatever she was planning to do next, she will change her mind. That's toxic. And they are the ones that created this work environment. Employers and employees alike. Because employees have reacted in a way that made the employers become what they shouldn't be. But they have to be whatever they have to be to keep their business alive. Do we agree? Yes. So, our corporate reputation, perception is our responsibility. How many of us, well, if we were here when the banking boom started, and then Zenith Bank, we were employing people. There were certain types of people that were employing. Slim fair girls. I didn't say it. I have to. But the reason for that is they wanted to create an image of corporate, right? And they wanted certain types of people that would fit into that persona. Those people were now the Zenith Bank that you were seeing. There is a church, there is a church that typically, when, okay, I can do without mentioning the name. When you see somebody acting excellently, well spoken, dressed in suit, on a Sunday morning, say they are going to church, you assume that they are going to a particular church. I also didn't mention it, but the truth is, that wasn't even the church I was referring to, you see. But now, perceptions have been created of all the churches we have in Nigeria. We do have a lot of churches. There's a corporate perception that has been created in your mind because you have repeatedly seen a pattern that is associated with that organization. Question is, what can we say about it? Where you are working? What can we say? And what's your contribution to that? This guy, you can see him very well. But you know this guy. How many of us know this guy? How many of us? What comes to mind when you see him? The powerful stuff. So fun fact. When I started my career, the early years of my career, I got the opportunity. Actually, he was very key in my journey towards entrepreneurship. Right? Because at some point, I was his personal photographer. But what I'm trying to say is that this guy has carried the business so much that when you see him, something comes to your mind. That is why he cannot do certain things. That is why his life, morning to night, is programmed, activity after activity, constantly to reinforce the image that you have in your mind about the brands that you represent. So branding is everybody's job, starting from the cleaner, starting from the gate guy to the CEO. Everybody knows me. What I would like to beg you on behalf of your employer is that if you are not interested in an organization, put pen to paper and go where you feel like you are going to be. I'll tell you one thing I share with my colleagues every time. If money is the only thing you get out of an organization, you are cheating yourself. And you don't just take a job because I need to feed. You know, in Africa, we are so poor that we are always in survival mode. What everybody's thinking of is what I'm going to eat. Right? And it's not our fault. It's just what it is. But when you are looking for a job, you need to, and the gentleman spoke about personal branding, right? One of the key things as you see shortly is values. What are your personal values? What are the things that you live for? I think I was talking to some people earlier, sometime last week. 3 areas of your life: self-mastery, self-awareness, self-discovery, self-mastery. These 3 things should come into place when you are looking for a job or like an organization to work at. Because again, that's why I said I don't believe in work-life balance, because if you are doing something you love, there's no stress. If they keep paying me to come and talk to you every Saturday from now to the end of the year, I won't be stressed because I love business, I love marketing, and I love talking about it. It's not stress. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, what I was trying to say is that in deciding where you are going to work, so that you are not even burnt out, let there be a part of you that is connected to the journey of that organization. Don't just be careless because you want to feed. You will struggle to be promoted. You will struggle with everything. But if the organization, as it should be, is a vehicle to your destination, you see how easy it is. I'm going to Nyanya. I've entered, my junction, where I'm going to stay while organization is going to Nyanya. I enter their bus. When he gets to AYA, I'm there at the store. And I wouldn't have lost anything, and the organization will not lose anything because we created a win-win for both parties. Does that make sense? So, every interaction, email, meeting, social media post, like the gentleman spoke about, contributes to branding. Every employee is a touch point. As I'm seeing you, just like I said, you are a touch point in your organization. Everything you do or don't do contributes to how I see your organization. And the salespeople understand this more. That is why in corporate Nigeria, the idea of buying a full car for bankers came. You need to wear a suit. Because you are going to collect money from me. You are not going to appear like you are hungry. I won't give you my money. You will not be able to eat it. So you see, one of the people, especially the scammers, that succeed in scamming people, they create an image of abundance. Like they don't need what you are doing. It's all perception. And this is what we are trying to do for our organization. You need to know the key objective of your organization. What is most important to your organization this year, in 3 years' time, in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time. And then how can I contribute to shaping that? Does that make sense? Customer service, every time to customer service is touch from public events. This is a public event. How many of us go to these kinds of events to say, hi, my name is Wisdom, and I help businesses make more money through media and marketing. And I'm not the CEO who really get the business. I'm just talking. That is why people in large organizations, they keep getting bigger and bigger. People in medium and small organizations, like employees now, they are just average. Because they feel like let Joe speak about his business today. While I'm here, I'm going to be talking about my human hair, like I said. 4 of them are used, like I said. You don't have to drop one to pick one. Does that make sense? You can be a, what do you do? Content strategist also, I like it. You can be a content strategist that sings. Another truth I'll share with you, your salary will never be enough. Never. I've had this conversation with people. Somebody comes to my office and asks the person, how much do you want to earn? He said, and I pitied him because it was so small, what he mentioned, compared to what I know he's capable of. And I'm like, don't. He still got another salary increase a couple of months ago because it was not enough. There's something called the Pareto's principle that things would always raise or reduce to fit whatever bank you set in it. So if your bank demand is 1 million, once you reach 1 million, you go to 10 million. And it keeps going. Does that make sense? So who is the brand ambassador? The brand ambassador is someone who authentically represents the brand inside and outside of the office. Champions of the company's values. How many of us know our company's values, core values? Don't be ashamed. I hope employers are doing it. You are watching online. How many of us know our company values? All of us? No, it's not. Let me tell you another thing. Because I do branding for corporates, right? I realize that sometimes people just put out fancy words. I get people that when you're coming to visit me in my house, you have to pull your shoe. Like that's the rule of the house. You can't wear your shoe into my living room. There are people like that. Mostly, I've seen a couple of Muslims, right? It is their value. That's how they do in their house. So it means that if you are going to exist in this my space, you need to drop whatever you are doing and pick up my own value. That's what value does to an organization, because in your house, maybe you can tell the right line. In my house, we can't. And we have to work together. How do we reconcile that? So an organization sets up values so that all of us, I don't care where you're coming from, as you pass the gate, drop that what they do in your family and pick what we do in the organization. What then happens is that if integrity is our value and it is implemented, all of us, at least within work hours, we will exhibit those qualities. Does that make sense? Yeah. So values, don't play with the organization, don't get values. You, after the grants, explain to your boss that one of the ways that we can harmonize our behavior in this place is sitting down to develop values. And one of the things how I advise corporates to design their values is, what are the behaviors that if you have them, your business will get to where you want it to get to. So it's not everybody that should be accountability. Sometimes cut this part out. It might be that we need to cut corners. So if we need to cut corners, integrity and accountability cannot be our value. And what's the other one that, there's a template in Nigeria. Any organization they enter, they always have core values and core values. If people don't know them, the person that wrote it, they don't know them, none of them follows it. Your values is what makes you, so even like the way you dress. So in my organization, we have the core value of respect. That means you must respect yourself and respect every other person, regardless of the office. It's so ingrained in me that I don't call my people employees. I call them my colleagues. You almost never catch me. So, your values. And then you must share positive stories and experiences. When last you do by yourself, not because you are trying to do a bad for your boss. You shared a milestone that you people did. But every time they work, content strategists, Every time you are doing work, right? You created content, you posted, you guys sold, are you in real estate? Okay. Don't know why I guess that, but you sold houses. You did something and the sales team implemented it and it worked. That is a way to sell your organization and yourself. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Two of you, look at what I did for this brand. So now we know that if I want to do a content strategy that will sell houses, content strategy that will sell houses, we are the best. Sometimes we just stay quiet and your value in the market is dropping every time, because we don't know what you can do. 76% of people trust content shared by individuals. I didn't say it. This, you can check this trust parameter. It measures the trust of the organization based on human interactions. That is why businesses pay ambassadors. Right? Because like I said, I can't see MTN. Who is MTN? But then when they say that this is an MTN ambassador, I now judge this guy's mannerism, personality, everything, and make judgments about MTN based off of this guy that I've seen. Each and every one of us. You are ambassadors in the organization. You are the one that somebody will trust to want to do business with your organization. That is why when you think of UB, the first person that comes to your mind is German. Does that make sense? How to be a strong brand ambassador? Know your brands, your company's mission, values, and positioning. But this is when you tell me my time is up. All right? People were eating. Right, but I'm trying to run through. Know your brand's mission. So anytime I use brand in this context, I'm speaking about company or organization. Know your mission. What are you here to solve? I spoke about how you should seek jobs. If the mission of the organization does not align with your personal mission, I will advise you, even if you take the job because you need to feed, don't stay there for long. If not, you'll be frustrated. Or, if it is that deep, adjust your mission to fit the organization. But if you sign a contract and people are paying you, you have to align with where they are paying. Don't be in one. Go and sink their, not one now, Jonah, and sink their boat. Number two, leave the brand's value in daily work and external interaction. Remember I spoke about values. Values are a set of beliefs that guide how people behave. Value is what shapes culture. If you say this person is a Christian, you know that there's an expectation of how you should behave. And it's built from beliefs. And that's from values. So we have what we call Christian values. Does that make sense? I'm speaking like this because this is what I understand from Christian. Right? Represent the brand positively and consistently online. Come and say, I made, what do you do now? What do you do? What do you do in real estate? Admin. So, look at how we do our administrative processes at so organization. When I came in, things were XYZ. But in over 3 weeks, I've been able to do this. Over the next couple of weeks, I'll be taking you through how we're able to achieve this and the impact. This is me talking about 2 organizations. Now I know that in this organization, which organization is that? Footstool, right. I know that you guys have solid administrative processes because somebody spoke about this. And you know, one of the things is that, imagine that we have 20 staff and all of these people are doing this at scale within their area of focus. So you're in finance, you're also doing your own. You know, this is how we control payroll. This is how we pay people. This is how we decide how much to pay people within our organization. You know, like different things. What you are doing too, understanding that you are an ambassador. It's like the ambassador of Nigeria to England goes to England and starts talking about himself alone and doesn't talk about Nigeria. Do you understand? That would just be out of it. Okay. Use every platform and interaction as a champion of discovery. So, brand advocacy, let me just be sure that, okay, yeah. Create valuable content about your industry or company. I've spoken about that already. Engage positively on professional platforms like LinkedIn. How many of us are on LinkedIn? Let me tell you, one of the things you can do for yourself on LinkedIn. I do it. Anytime I see a CV, I don't have any improvement right the conversation. When they recommend me to be hired, I go on my favorite platform is Instagram. I know Instagram in and out. So you can't go home. I go there and check you out to see your social interaction, how you behave normally, right? And then I go on LinkedIn to measure how you feel and the depth of your knowledge. Because most people, in my experience of hiring, there's nothing on LinkedIn. Or there's body picture on Instagram. I imagine that you are supposed to be hired as my finance manager or finance advisor. Just on the basis of perception, I don't think that my money is safe in your hands. Because you've not been able to display the depth of your knowledge. So the two can work together. Speak about the organization at events. So when they said ask questions, I was expecting someone to raise their hand. Hi, my name is Ajuma. I'm from so and so real estate company. We do blah 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 blah. My question is, this is an opportunity. Don't take for granted. Recommend your workplace to others. Tell people that look, you're looking for a job, there's a vacancy. You are an ambassador. Those are those. Share authentic stories. These are the rules. Use grand and live language. Engage meaningfully. Don't overshare confidentiality. Don't criticize people, your organization, publicly. I remember a time in brand management, somebody was managing Guinness's platform and went and replied a tweet, sometime in 2020. Somebody tweeted something and the person replied with Guinness's handle, your father. They quickly, the gentleman thought it was his own account. But they had already tweeted your father, and then people most it was a mess. By the time he deleted it, he already launched it. So Guinness was on Twitter as the brand that responded to somebody. It's your father. Don't post all brand behavior. So for example, you're in the military or in Nigerian police, there are some things you cannot post. So there are corporate brands in the organization. If you know that your organization has to maintain a certain public image, there are some things you can't do. If you want to do that, you leave your organization. Don't go and destroy somebody's life as well. Because the reason I'm saying this is I'm very passionate about this. Doing business in Nigeria is hard. So if you are part of somebody's vision, please do it from the place of sincerity. Because what I know is that if you then eventually want to go and start yours, God will reciprocate the same. So the question you should be asking yourself is, will you hire me? One. Number two, if God gave you the same type of employees or partners as you are to your current employer, will you be happy with it? If you are not going to be happy with it, let's make changes. So, to those of us in the room, start seeing yourself as an extension of the organization's reputation. And then, well, to your leaders, we hope that they will be able to equip you with the necessary materials or prerequisites to carry the grant? Are there any questions? Any questions? Even after what I said. But no pressure. I'm questioning from our example. It doesn't. Okay, so please be quick here. Sorry, sir. Let me stop you. Anytime we have the opportunity to speak important, it's your opinion. Right? And then you spoke about confidence. You made yourself or seem too confident. Only have the humility to agree if there's superior argument. But fact. Right? So don't start saying sorry. You know, in Nigeria, we're humble. You start and say, oh, sorry. Don't be sorry. Just ask your question. Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry to interject. We have time for discussions, but quickly, I'll speak a few questions. So for those of you who were in the branding class, can you just come out and join us next announce that question slides.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Came from the special question class. What? For those who ask a question, we also do the main session. Yes, we can. You want to come to yours? Yeah, come yeah. It's not even tight. So it's a new thing that we know. Yeah, yeah, so can we all say accelerate in 3, 2, 1? Accelerate. Man, it should smell better now. If you're hungry, smile now. Smile.
Can you come this way?
Yeah, so yes, so see your far off. Yeah.
Because why they follow her now? You don't connect. They were in before. Now only her see me.
You want to drag me?
Yes, you follow her, you're out of it because.
Don't drag her. Leave her. Shakes me to be in frame.
Better now. Okay. Accelerate.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we do have a share. Oh wow. It's quite so was so nice. Yes, let's get something quickly to take this adjustment. So this is we're just gonna give the floor for a few questions because we are far behind time. This will be here by 3 o'clock. We started by 11, so that's the next like 4. I don't just be here by 4. I'll just be here before 4 p.m. So quickly, I just take the question session so very fast. So if you have a question, I don't know if you should like to do this, probably like this, or something like this. So you can see what's meeting. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear? So if you have a question to ask, just see what I raise up your hand. Take out numbers, and okay, that's 1. Corporate branding, yes, 1. Corporate branding 2. For efficient ingredients, okay, that's 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who else has a question? Who else has a question? Okay, that's it, yes. Question 1, yeah. Mr. Wisdom, right? Here. This the mic. Last one. Yes, please. So which one is like? Next week. So that we can talk together. This? One of the other head. Like it? Okay, what's the reason why it's part that says that so leadership, equip your people with the assets and confidence to carry the ground.
I've had experiences with colleagues. The problem is always you're not getting what you want from management. So even if you're getting close to 70%, you still feel that complaint come. And I've never worked where management provides nothing less than 50%. But I used to be getting 70, you keep hearing that complaint. So if you can help share something how to always encourage colleagues on that, I think I'm going to pass it to my people in the office.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel like I'm saying this repeatedly. One of the things I share with my colleagues is that they are looking for an excuse. You will find it. They are looking for the way. You will find it. Anything they are looking for in this life, you will find it. Sometimes, when we feel that we're not getting, I addressed this earlier when I spoke. When we think we're not getting the cooperation of management, it's because we don't have a full picture of all things involved in getting that stuff done. So I'm speaking to the people that feel like they get a little bit of support, but they don't get all. If you have to wait for everything to be right, to do whatever you need to do, you're not interested in doing that thing. Do you understand? And also, we always just have this mindset, which I think that the workforce in Africa, especially Nigeria, needs to change. It's not my business, it's concerning me. That thing is so wrong. Because if we were siblings, and then we have a family business to run, and I'm CEO, and then you are one senior manager, and then you say something and I disagree in my rights as CEO, what do you do? What would you do in that situation? You don't have to keep trying, because it's a family business and you cannot die. But we always just take it that any concern should be adopted. There's a part of lobbying that every employee needs to learn how to do. Getting the sign off on anything is not just about how intelligent your idea is. Sometimes it's subjected to the emotions of management. And it's something you need to manage. So when you propose something, you need to know the right time, the right place, and the right manner to propose whatever you're proposing. And then to the people that have support and want everything to be complete, my thought will always be, no businessman is not interested in their business growing, except you are doing charity. But as far as the business, everybody is interested in their business growing. If you communicate to them clearly how your idea impacts the growth of the business, they will adopt it. They might not adopt it immediately because of ego and all this other, but eventually they will. So I think that the team, let them see how, I don't know what left behind your decision, but let them see how their lack of cooperation affects them. If you've been an organization, you got in, you are earning 100,000, 2 years, 100,000, 3 years, 100,000, or maybe you go from 100 to 150. There's something fundamentally wrong with first you and then the organization. Because ideally, if we make more money and you are making more money, my thought as a business person is to ensure that you are comfortable. It's like the chicken that lays the golden goose, correct? I feed you so that you can make more from it to continue feeding you. It's a win-win situation. But sometimes, most times, we are not contributing our part, but we hold management to ransom for not responding to us. I think that if we're looking at it critically, you will not have your job after proper analysis. So to encourage them, just show them how their inaction is contributing to the decline of the business. Thank you.
Awesome. This right up close to my So just last thing, guys, we just take all the people from bragging, and it's just so quick. So yes, go ahead. It's a question. You don't hold the mic. Okay. Okay.
Thank God you are a boss.
Wow.
Or rather, you are an employer now.
I'm an employer.
So coming from the perspective of an employee, create, you said there's no perfect work-life balance.
I also said it was my personal opinion, but you can go.
And it's not like coming, like I said, coming from people, it's not like when I take people like people for business. But at the same time, we have our personal lives. And I think that's one thing employers do not really understand. For example, I work Mondays to Fridays. My weekends are supposed to be, but then I'm being called upon on the weekend to come to work to shop or something. How do I make it seem like, oh, it's not like I'm complaining, but you need to understand that I have a personal life outside your business.
Yeah.
But it's not like I'm not taking people that
Yeah.
your business.
Oh, okay, so we're going to take all the questions. Okay, find other questions.
Okay, ask me intelligence. That's all.
Any other questions? Okay. So let me answer it this way. The first genuine, truthful answer from my heart is that there's a mismatch, right? Doing business in Africa, just scratch that. Doing business in the UK is difficult. For your business to be standing in this present economic realities, it takes the grace of God. So there's a bit of passion. When it works, whether you make money or not, he has to pay you something well, he's a responsible person. He has to pay you salaries. That takes pain, right? So that pain fuels some level of unhealthy expectations. So you need to understand that your employer expects you to be money. So you have to be gracious to him. Now, if I were the employer, I would just understand that, like I said, there's a mismatch. Ajuma doesn't like working on Saturday, so Ajuma is not the person for the organization. I'm going to look for somebody who doesn't mind working on Saturday, and they did. You understand? It's just a dispute. But if we now have to exist together, the question I'm asking is from the employee standpoint, and I don't always like to talk so much about the employee side because I've never been an employee, right? But my thought would be, how often, right, does this happen? You can't be complaining that once in the quarter, they ask you to come to work for Saturday. That's the thing that puts food on the table, right? And I don't know that one time, even if they were asking you to come Saturday, Sunday, if they told you from the beginning that in this place, like my Brazilian way, I told you, I tell you that if they work hard and it's fast pace, there's a chance like you'll be one step away from dying. Are you okay with that? You say yes because I'm looking for salary. When you come in, you come in. Do you understand? But on what, for example, what we have done is we don't work on Saturdays and Sundays. It's a review. If you are called to the office, like the gentleman here, it was a discussion. I asked him, how's your schedule tomorrow? I have this stuff I'm going for. And then he's so gracious to come. If he said no, as a human being, I would feel bad. As an employer, I would feel no. You understand? So it's just everybody existing within the confines of contracts that they willingly sign. If the boss is getting angry, the boss is wrong, but you're not going to tell your boss that he's wrong in his organization, that he's sweating and praying. When you're sleeping, he's praying. You find another opportunity that aligns with the kind of work schedule that you want or you prefer. You understand? But as far as that thing, if you see anybody that has built business from down, it's a thing that they have. They've not gotten to a place of self-awareness and mastery to be able to run it. Big organization. See that man that I showed you. Ask the people that work for him. It was so. Some organizations get so interesting that as a lady in a certain age, you get in there, the chances of you getting married till you live there is very slim. Because you don't have Monday, like there's no difference between your Monday and your Sunday. There are people that like it. If you don't like it, no problem. Go and look for somewhere that they only work hybrid. I don't know if you understand. Let's stop you are trying to, the employer is trying to change the employee. The employee is trying to change the entire organization. It doesn't work. Just go where it fits you. And like I said, your salary is not what will make you rich. Man, you can be doing your work, right? And you are NC, like this gentleman. And then they call you and pay you your salaries, 3 months of your salary in 1 month. That's not to say you should quit your job. The job should be making you happy. I like writing, I'm a content strategist. I like creating that strategy. I'll keep creating it and you keep paying me to the degree that our mission align. The day that our mission does not align, I move. But my survivor, I'm using social media to do, you know those makeup thing that women used to do. And they are talking about it. They are showing videos of, they are talking about Egusi, but they are doing their stuff. And the brand pays you, and then you are okay. I don't know if that means, this is what is happening in America, in the UK. It's only in Africa that the employer thinks they are Lord and Savior of their employee. And the employee feels that if they leave the organization, anything will happen. Thank you.
Right. It's wonderful for the service. Okay, so quickly for, I think just put your question at the same time, so then I can just think at the same time. Have a good chance to then see what's the question. Alright, so as much as okay. Go ahead.
Okay. As much as AI makes everything easier and more efficient, there's a very big possibility that it can also make one mentally lazy, so to speak. So, in lieu of that, is there a way, like, do you have tips and tricks where you can use AI to your advantage? At least you can you make it make you smarter? And if you can, how can you go about that?
Okay. Second question, let's just take it this week. Answer together.
Thank you very much. My question is, in as much as we use AI, for instance, in research, and growing up as a student, still a student, I understand that some schools do have an AI of librarian children. So I don't know, would there be a way to have a balance? Because you're using AI for research and another AI is telling you that this is wrong, you copy it without something. So would there be a way that we create a balance between the AI and the human?
Okay, so it's not questions, so let's take it next.
Okay, so about AI, you once you said our phones. Okay, I want to ask, does our phone hear us? Like, when you're saying something on your phone, can they hear you? Can she hear you? Because sometimes when you're just going talking about something, and you go on your phone, you go on Instagram, you just say exactly what you say.
Yeah, you can see he wants to just get a new phone, they want to buy a car, the next thing you get a statement. You just see this particular thing. Yeah.
Okay, I remember your question on balance.
Yes, how to balance AI smartness and
Okay, so yeah. So when you are, well, personally, I talked about how to use it. If you can use it on a very unintelligent way, by just going to your AI and say, write a story for me, like my daughter, you say, write a poem for me, write a rap for me, write a song for me. AI will give you whatever you want. But as I said before, when you want to engage artificial intelligence, especially large language model, you that's not your first point of call. The first point of call is or new journey. It's very complex. You know, even if you watch those AIs that you see on YouTube, those AI stories, the AIs are not, when they change, when the story change, the AI change, the man might look darker, then you see him fair. You know that the guy is doing not very, very good. Good AI, yeah, the guy will be the same all through. Because the prompting, the details of prompting AI is where the work is. So one of the most intelligent ways to engage AI to get optimal results is to first sit down and say, okay, for example, let me give you an example. I want to write a thesis on something. First of all, remember that the way AI works is input, process, output. So you have to develop your inputs. Tell it how you want it to go through the information and tell you the output you want. So I can tell the AI that I want to write an essay on this and this. These are examples of essays that I like. I like this. This is the structure of the essay. These are the key things I want to add in the essays. Based on some of the researches I have made, fine-tune is another skill, another task. Before you fine-tune whatever the AI gives you, that you must read through the AI and find where you have issues and say, paragraph is modified, and calm down, change this and change this. Sometimes when I'm using AI to develop slides, I can generate a skeleton or whatever for me, and I'll take it somewhere, flesh it and flesh it, and get what I want. Now I'll take it back and tell you, okay, develop it this way. And I'll tell you, add these slides, move this one to the first two slides, summarize the slide, make this one more. I'll take it out again, I'll flesh it more, I'll take it back again. So that is how you engage in an intelligent way. And you can also, but you can use AI to be smarter. Personally, I'm a big of like I was reading, so I was looking at Bible, and I said, okay, please break down all the prophets in the Bible, break them into their year they were in exile. The kings that you see that there's a king in the Bible, and there was a prophet among that king. And what time in human history was that it arranged it properly, and I was able to read it. Sometimes it can simplify some complex concepts in very simple form. I remember I was doing a training for some students in Air Force Institute of Technology in Kaduna, and they loved this. I broke down how to do digital marketing strategy, content marketing strategy, and I need AI help me to break it down to a very simple way for them to explain it to them, for them to understand it. So you can use it, in a very intelligible, manner. All you need to do is that always remember that if you just dump information, but if you sit down and if you build your idea, to spend time, the AI should not be your first point of call. Sit down. If you are doing mundane tasks, send the mail to you can do that. Well, important stuff, sit down, build your idea without the AI, and then take your idea to the AI and begin to fine-tune. Now you talked about research, yeah, and all that. And okay, so when I was doing stuff, I talked about when I was doing the project, I built an application, and USAID wanted me to do documentation for training manual. And because it was a big application, it was very long training manuals, very annoying to write training manuals, very annoying. So what I would do is that I would, because I knew that they were reading my, the lady, that lady US, she works for University of South North Carolina. So those guys were very, very intelligent, they were reading my stuff. So I will carry the thing and I'll put it in the AI will give it to me, then I'll type, I will read it through, understand, and I'll type it back. So I will not type it, I will not copy and paste it. I will read it, understand it, AI has given me expo. I will now type the expo back. Yeah, I'll type it back in my own words, my understanding of it. And I will take it. There's an app we call Quillbot. Take it to Quillbot. Quillbot will do the proper grammar, change the thesaurus, change your phrases and everything, and it will come out clean. So you use AI to build the ideas. You can generate ideas. If you are going to give something or university and you're going to verify your testing, get the idea, get the structure, and then just type it back in your own words. Yeah? Just type it back in your own words. Type it back in your words. Then take you somewhere that will help you. That's not AI. It's not generating anything from it. You're just using your words and giving you a better grammatic, improve the grammatic structure, improve the tone of whatever you are. Yeah. So that's how you use it on the tech channel. You have to be able to engage it in a very intelligent way. You understand? Yeah. So this is a super power. Then you talk about so because I was listening to President was saying how is able there's confusion on your iPhone. Apple is very you use an Android, an iPhone. Okay, so a lot of people don't just carry these phones and take pictures. There are a lot of privacy features that we tend to overlook. So you should be able to, there are ways you can control those privacy features. You don't want notifications, you don't want you to track where you are, you don't want to, I think it must be at least turn on the mic of your phone. You understand? And all that, yeah. Convenience. The truth is that convenience, for you to have to enjoy the convenience of browsing, browsing is convenient. Must just type it, just get it. If you browse without compare, it shows you some browser that does not track you. It's very, very frustrating. If you close the browser, you will type everything again. It doesn't save anything. It's very stressful, tiring, not interesting to browse. You're always typing and typing, no autocomplete, no nothing. You understand? So what you do is that you sacrifice convenience at the altar of privacy. So choose. If you want privacy, you want to be private, then if you want to, you can actually be very private with your phone, with your stuff, but it's very stressful. Even password, having proper passwords. Change my passwords regularly. I have 3 layers of passwords. Changing password is headache. Yes. You know, if you lose your password, your phone don't go. Your iPhone is gone. If you lose your iCloud password, you are screwed. So even password, changing password, your bank passwords, your phone passwords, changing them regularly, being very aware, taking personal security is very stressful. People don't like stress. Then let's spy on you. What are they spying on you? One phone, they listen to you, like it, they give you the air. You understand? Or you like new watches or cars. If you don't want them to do that, it's possible, but it's going to be very stressful because now you don't want them to find you. That means that you disable so many things. Your phone will be it will not be fun to use. That's the truth.
All right. I know that the time is fast spent, and this is just to my purpose that before 4 p.m. I'm going to call it a day. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Philip, or Dr. Philip, coming some final words and issue our certificates to each and everyone here. I will call it a day. Round okay. So, please round of applause for Dr. Philip.
Now I'm the doctor, right? Okay, I'm going to go into another session, all right? Can we do that for the next 2 hours? Is that cool? Right? Yeah. Great meetings or great conferences don't make anyone, all right? It's the decision you take out of today, right? Even though if you pay 10 million, you pay 100 million, you pay 1 billion, it's the decision, the learning point. So the learning point for today is for you to go with what you've listened to, what you've written down, and follow through. Okay? And follow through. your employer made a whole lot of sacrifice to ensure that you're here. And I know the reason why a lot of you are still here because if you leave here, they're going to give you a query, right? But whatever things you've learned today, whatever thing is brought in today, either from the first session we have this morning, Mr. Wisdom, Mr. Ayo, from when Joseph spoke and all that, there should be an action point of what you should go back to your desk in the office, not just to your desk in the office, to go back to your personal life and say, this is what I'm going to retrieve. Remember, we talked about the future ready, okay, in terms of what are the skills that you need to acquire and all that. In the next 5 years or in the next 10 years, 2035, your present role right now, we used to be in that present role. What are the skills, needed skills you need to, get yourself acquainted with and all that? And here, I talked about you belonging to a community, you belonging to a community, a support group that helps you and all that. And that's why for everybody here, we're coming up with a 12 days, is it 14 days? 14 days challenge for personal effectiveness. Because everything still boils down to your personal effectiveness, how you are able to operationalize everything. So coming from this next week, Friday, 18th to 31st of July, we're having a 14 days personal effectiveness challenge. For those who are not here, they are going to pay. But for you, it's for free. Can you come for us? So all you just need to do is also scan with this barcode to take you to a platform on your WhatsApp, then we can engage there. All of the resources, so every day back to back for 14 days, we're going to shift you, we're going to push you, we're going to give you all the needed resources and the needed push you need for you to be effective. So it's not ending here, we're taking it back, to the community so that we can engage better and all that. Is that fine? Is that cool? Yes. All right. So, and also please bring out your phone also on Instagram. You follow me at Phil Agbola on Instagram. You follow Wisdom Acting at Wisi, right? Okay, no, Wisi, sorry. At Wisdom Acting on Instagram. Then, Mr. Hayek, it's not your full name on Instagram. It's AJ Chico or something. Okay. So, but if you go to my page on Instagram or you go to Techo_consult, we tag them so you can easily follow and all that. Then you can also follow Joseph Etim too, okay? So please let's connect and all that. So I'm going to issue a certificate then, but I need one male and one female to tell me their take home. A male and a female in just a sentence, not your going to range it. All right, your take home. A male and a female. A male and a female. Okay, all right, point please. All right, point please.
Here we go.
Your take home.
So Toasty will tell us that take home.
All right, Toasty, and then the male.
And Jerry will tell us the take
And Jerry. All right, so Toasty, where are you? Where's Toasty?
She's right behind.
Oh, Toasty. Let's clap for Toasty. Okay, so in just one or two sentences.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so today I have learned that you can always find your match as an employee. You can always find what works for you out there, not just the ability to withstand pressure. You understand? So some people say, yes, I can withstand pressure, but when the pressure comes, you shrink. So there's always a better place for you out there, something that matches your strengths.
Thank you.
Mr. Jerry.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My take home is that digital tools and tools flexibility about work. Technology and all other additional skills. So if you go through what you want to do, it's going to improve on your idea and skills.
All right, thank you very much. So we have emails of everyone, so the slides really send your bills and all that, so you don't have to bother yourself about that. So we're going to hand over to the MC. You call the names, then we'll take turn between Mr. Wisdom, Ayo, Joseph, and I to just issue the certificate. All right, thank you. And for those who are online, we have the PDF format that we're going to send to you. Thank you.
All right, this is one of us more time for Mr. Tulia. So let me follow you for this for this. Let's start with you. Okay, so we have Adi Lincoln Shamsuddin. Yes, so please just come over for me. Yes, after Adi Lincoln, please round of applause for Adi Lincoln Shamsuddin. This. Better here. Like this. All right. All right, thank you so much for the congratulations. We have Moses Matawa Malan. He's Robert. Favor Ahebe Fola Chingwe. Favor, you know here. Okay. Is he here and you we Fokunda briefing? Are you sure you're able? This is not here. I think this is not here. Ukwaba Obochuku be here. Yeah, she is here. Olutoye Emmanuel Babadotu. Olutoye isn't here. Madaki Danlami. This is here. Ichabo Jennifer. Okay, we have Patience Monday.
Okay, that's not. Okay, it's not.
Okay, and then okay, this is the last for you. Kabuat Gloria Yayo. All right, thank you so much. Okay, so let's have Mr. Wisdom join the next round. Okay, we have Adewi Ayodeji James. Ayodeji James. Please a round of applause. We have Paul Ajima Precious. This Tosin Oladimeji.
Excuse me.
Omishope Oluwafumike.
Online. Yeah, can this is my colleague.
All right, we have Ezeneri Steven Uzochukwu. Come on, you. Daniel A. Effa. Okay, I don't think he's here because I'm not getting it to do. Adenike Adewara. Thank you.
I'm saying that's a very good point for